You're listening to the Good Old Boys Fantasy Football Podcast. Now here's your hosts, Kevin, Derek, and Alex.
Alrighty, welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of the Good Old Boys Fantasy Football Podcast. I am Derek, and joined as always by your co-hosts Kevin and Alex. Gentlemen, it is that time of the year. We are to draft night, but we're going to go ahead and pivot, and we've decided to bring you a live cooking expedition brought to you by Mr. Alex here. Gentlemen, how are we doing?
A little bit of chicken and broccoli tonight.
I'm doing good, man. It is draft night, right? We are ready to go. It kicks off here very shortly. The first pick, we kind of have an idea of the order of operations here, but then it's going to be interesting, right? 2 through 6, especially, right? Who's moving up? Who's moving down? What quarterback's going to be taken second? All these things we will get answers to very shortly.
I read some very interesting things from Todd McShay earlier about what he thinks will happen. I don't know if you guys saw that too, but he thinks that New England is going to be a player to move if they can find the right dance partner, and if they can get back to picking again at number 4 with Arizona. I know Minnesota is planning to be very aggressive tonight, so I think we're going to see some fireworks tonight.
It could be. I also saw some reports coming out, too, that the Patriots are, at this point, expected to take Drake May at number 3. And the Vegas lines kind of supported that when some of those things broke, and all of a sudden you saw a whole lot of no longer any favorable odds on the Drake May number 3 pick there.
Yeah. Will be interesting. It looks like by my stream, we're about to see Chicago go on the clock for the most unsurprising pick.
Right. Yes, very much so. But there's some fun stuff out there too, right? Well, we've got some trivia kind of lined up here. We got lots of stuff to kind of go through and look at and chat about and all of that. And let's go ahead and just kind of start things off here with a little bit of trivia. There have been 3 teams that have never drafted at number 1. Can you name the 3 teams?
I'm going to go with
Pittsburgh
Denver.
Steelers.
Ooh, I like Pittsburgh. I think Pittsburgh's a good one.
The Baltimore Ravens.
Oh, good.
And
Because they're newer.
the Carolina Panthers. Because they just
Carolina
traded
selected number 1 last year.
That's right.
Baltimore was the only one that was correct out of that.
Really?
Pittsburgh. That was correct.
Denver wasn't on the list?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear Denver. Yes, Denver is the other.
Okay, I threw out Denver.
Okay, I didn't hear Denver, but I did hear Baltimore along with some others. But those 2 are correct. The other one is the Seattle Seahawks have also never drafted number 1.
Huh.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, but interestingly enough, right, the Broncos, while have never had drafted the number 1 overall pick, they've had 2 very notable Hall of Famers that were number 1 picks play for them.
I know that one.
Yep, I figured we might. So, but
And one highly influenced the other.
yes, that's very true as well. So those are the 3 teams that have never had a number 1 overall pick. So a lot of fun there. Pretty interesting. Is anybody, if you guys have any trivia or anything like that, let's go ahead and throw it out there. Everybody out there in the watching on the live streams, feel free to throw those out and go ahead and decide to play along with us, and that'll be a lot of fun there too.
Here you go. Can you name any single player that was drafted because of the Ricky Williams haul or the trade to go up and get Ricky Williams? You guys remember that with the Saints?
Yes. Phillip Rivers.
That's one, Derek. I see your lips moving, but I don't hear no sounds.
Yes. Yes, I totally did do that one. So, yeah, I know that they sent, basically sent all of their 1990 draft capital.
1990.
And then a couple of additional picks in the 2000 draft to move up to number 5 overall and pick him. But I'm trying to think on who any of the players that were selected with that.
I don't know the answer to the trivia question. I just thought it was a good one. To be completely honest.
Is it Phil? Phil's too young, or too? Yeah, Phil's too young for that, isn't he?
Phillip Rivers was not involved in that trade. Phillip Rivers was involved with the Eli Manning trade.
No, it wasn't the Eli Manning trade. He was involved in the Drew Brees trade.
No.
No.
Who was in the Drew Brees trade?
Hold on, nothing. But the Chargers drafted Rivers because
Yes.
Eli wouldn't play for him.
But yeah, there was a draft trade
That's right.
at that one because the
That's right.
So
that's right. I'm done.
No, just didn't remember.
Misremembering.
right. There you go. Cade McNown was one of the guys that was involved in the Ricky Williams trade.
All right.
And I actually found all the rest of them there as well. So Dwayne Bates, Nate Simpson, Kari Samuel, Desmond Clark, Billy Miller, LeVar Arrington, and Lloyd Harrison were all of the players that were used in those draft capitals.
LeVar Arrington was a good pro.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did. LeVar worked out, right? Arrington was a good player.
Yeah. So, let's see here. Let's go with another one there. Okay, so 3 teams have never made a number 1 overall pick. 2 teams are tied for the most number 1 overall picks selected. Can you name the 2 teams and the number of picks each of them have made at the number 1 spot?
The Cleveland Browns and the Detroit Lions.
I could see the thought process there. However, both are not on the list. Alex, any guesses?
Shenanigans.
Can I have the number of how many times they've drafted number 1 overall?
Well, that was one of the questions there, but the total number of times.
Hold on. I'm going to say 5.
Close. You're a little low though.
Give me really bad. I'll take Chicago.
Not on the list, but I can see the thought process.
7.
That is correct. 7.
Is that the Baltimore Colts or the Colts organization?
Colts organization is one of them. Yes.
All right. And the Bills organization? Say like they aren't the same team that's been in Buffalo the whole time.
Right. The other team that is there is a team that has certainly changed cities fair bit. They've changed cities more than one.
Raiders.
The Raiders.
Not the Raiders, but it is another R team, and it is the Rams. Yes. So the Colts drafted three number 1 picks while they were in Baltimore, and then 4 since they've been in Indianapolis.
Looks like we have a pick
here. The question is, who are the 4? You got Luck. You got Manning.
Yep. I know the answer. Do you want me to answer?
We may need to press pause on the answer here.
Unless it's somebody besides Caleb Williams.
Eminem has just joined Roger Goodell on the stage. The crowd went from booing heavily to cheering quite loudly.
Well, when you got Detroit's guy out there, that'll do that.
I say is either him or Kid Rock who's going to make the appearance, right?
Right? It had to, kind of had to be. So you're right, Kevin. Peyton and Andrew, or Manning and Luck, were two of them. Any other thoughts on who that might be, on who those other picks might be?
I don't remember a dominant left tackle, but it could have been before. Was yeah, I don't know.
It was not an offensive lineman on either one of those. One of the other two was a quarterback, and the other one played on the defensive side of the ball.
I got nothing.
You got nothing? Jeff George, who they selected in 1990. There's your quarterback. And then you also had Steve Ettman in 92 as well, the defensive tackle. So that's how
they're bringing out some Detroit greats right now.
Yep.
Chief among them, number 20, which I feel like, look, we were old enough to have seen Barry Sanders. I don't know that any of us were old enough to have appreciated Barry Sanders in what he did. But man, what a fun YouTube watch, right? Like to go back and just see how dominant that dude was when he ran the football.
Yeah, Reggie White's the same way, right? Like I don't
know
that our age group is old enough to appreciate what Reggie White did, but going back and the 30 for 30 that they did on Reggie White was awesome. But just to go back and watch some of his game film and highlight reels is something so impressive. Like the way he would shift and get offensive linemen off balance and just one hand toss. Like it wasn't, he didn't struggle for leverage. It was a one hand toss that I have never seen anybody be able to do consistently, but his highlight reel is full of it. Like it is absolutely just full of just him shoving linemen out of the way. Now, full transparency, most of those linemen were probably only about 270 pounds. They weren't 340 pounds like tackles can be today, but still, that is one grown man shoving another grown man out of his way. That is impressive, regardless of size or stature.
Right. Well, not even a small dude either. Like that's those are, while they may not be as big as they were, they weren't small guys by any stretch of the imagination either. So
correct.
Well, and while we're waiting for the pick to come in here, here's another trivia question for you. Two teams, the USC Trojans and the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, both of them have had 5 number 1 overall picks. There is a third school out there that also has 5 number 1 overall picks. Can you name the third school?
Alabama seems like the easy answer, but I don't think it is.
It's not.
Ohio State, possibly?
That would be, I could understand the thought there as well, but they are not that third team.
Miami.
I like that thought there, right? They had a lot of greats come through there. This one,
Louisiana State University.
Oh, no. I'm thinking like Oklahoma. Is it a boomer? Is this a boomer trivia question, Derek?
It is.
Okay.
Kyler Murray became the 5th pick, 5th number 1 overall pick to join those two schools there. And at this point, if Caleb Williams is drafted number 1 overall, that'll move that dial yet again to the point where it'll be one school with 6.
Wait, you guys are claiming him? Oh, you're not going to claim him. USC's getting the claim to him.
Right. It's where they come out of college, right? Like,
holy cow, they get 10 minutes? Did that change?
I thought it used to be 15, but I'm not going to argue with 10.
I don't know if I'm synced up or not, but I finally got everything to work the way I've been trying to get it to work for the last 35 minutes. So I'm set up. I am happy now.
Kevin is rocking and rolling. I like it.
Oh, he's rocking a light pink tonight.
Yeah. Here's a good one for you, Kevin. This is right up your alley with Georgia football trivia.
AJ Green.
I like the preemptive thought there. Can you name the most recent Georgia player to be drafted?
The most recent Georgia player to be drafted. So this would be a player drafted in the 6th or 7th round of last year's draft.
That is correct.
Mm-hmm. No, I do believe it's on the defensive side of the ball, but I do not know the name.
It is the running back last year, Kenny McIntosh. Seattle took
He was
him
the last
with,
one drafted last year, huh?
Yeah, he was picked 7th round, picked 237. So there's your last Georgia player taken.
Fair enough. I did not. I think I'd forgotten he went in the 7th even. I would have told you he went in the 5th. So I would have gotten that one wrong too.
All right, before we hear Caleb Williams hear his name called here, what do you think will be the biggest surprise tonight in this first round? What do you think will be your biggest surprise? I can start.
Go ahead.
I think we will see fewer quarterbacks drafted than we think. I think that's that 6 number. I think we see fewer than 6 quarterbacks drafted tonight. And I think that's a surprise because I think so many teams are quarterback hungry, and I wouldn't be shocked if, there's that want to try and get back up into the first round, at the end of it, so you can have that 5th-year option, right? Like that's the primary reason that you trade up to get back into the first round, is to get that 5th-year option. And I don't know that we see a lot of that in the back half.
But
so are you a believer? Are you a believer that Michael Penix gets drafted in the first round?
Yes.
I think he does.
Okay. So are you a believer that Bo Nix gets drafted in the first round?
Unfortunately.
Then there's absolutely 6.
Right.
I don't think Bo Nix gets drafted tonight.
You don't?
I think we're gonna. Yeah, I think we're gonna see.
I tell you, he's not a first round talent.
Yes.
I tell you, he's not a first round. But if you think Penix is going in the first, that puts it at 5.
Yeah, there's a lot of reports and a lot of smoke starting to come out that Penix may move up into a top 10 pick.
I say he goes by. I say he goes by 15 for sure.
Right. So the other thought
13, honestly,
that McShay had was that if Minnesota can't move up, they're going to hope that he sticks around to 11. And I think he could.
Yes, absolutely. I think he absolutely could. And it'll just a lot of it's going to be determined by what Arizona, the LA Chargers, the New York Giants do, right? Like it's going to be determined by those 3 teams.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and all of a sudden the Giants are in quarterback position, right? I'm gonna admit I didn't see what you guys said on Tuesday, but I think I don't know that any of us had Giants quarterback. Oh, you did. Who do you have him taking?
I had him taking May at 4 because I had the Patriots taking McCarthy at 3.
Yep.
Interesting.
So I had him swapping with Arizona. And the thought behind that is if Arizona's truly going after a receiver, right? By switching from 4 down to 6, if they don't have a overwhelming preference between Malik Neighbors and Marvin Harrison Jr., they're guaranteed one of those guys at 6, based off of 99.9% of all mock drafts that are on the internet, whether it's written on the internet or videoed on the internet. 99.9% have Malik Neighbors and Marvin Harrison, available at 6.
Yeah, I would see that happening. I do see that Chicago's pick is in, so we'll see what happens here. Showing pictures of the war room, going through that. So it'll be interesting to see how they end up deciding to go through this one.
Ooh, Detroit's got a little blues band there in the corner.
Yeah, looks like it.
Goodell looks pretty good for just having back surgery. A couple weeks removed, but still.
Yeah.
There we go.
Well, no surprises there at number 1.
No surprises, right? Caleb Williams, the first overall pick in the 2024 NFL draft. Not that Detroit was keeping this a secret, right? They never threw smoke screens up that said this wasn't our guy. You just never heard him come outright and say that. So, here we are. He walks into an offense that is really fully loaded.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They re-signed Cole Kmet. They brought in Keenan Allen. They have DJ Moore. They have DeAndre Swift. Like, the skill positions are ready to shine. So this offense is very, very much ready, and probably one of the better looking offenses that any number 1 overall pick has ever stepped into.
Yeah, it's not common that you see a number 1 overall pick, especially at a quarterback, get a step into that type of supporting cast at the skill positions. Keenan Allen been great for a number of years. We've long been the DJ Moore truthers and apologists on this show.
Hi, Katie.
She can't hear you because I have headphones in, but
Oh.
I'll tell her you said hi. Okay. But,
ask her opinion. What does she think about Caleb Williams being drafted first overall?
What do you think about Caleb Williams being drafted first overall? By the way, if you guys listen to the podcast regularly and you hear the intro, that's this voice.
That is.
What do you think about Caleb Williams being drafted first overall? Wow, she says. Wow.
Shocker. Unenthusiastic news anchor voice I've ever heard.
All right, what happens first? Caleb Williams wins a Super Bowl in Chicago, or the Bears get their new stadium?
Bears get their new stadium.
Both are really long shots right now, right?
Yes.
Very good. All right. So, right, we have Williams going number 1 overall. He's doing a nice little, presser here on the 4-letter network. But what do you think? Are the Commanders? Is it Jaden Daniels? It's been pretty chalky lately for Jaden Daniels, right? Being 2.
It's got to be, right? Jaden Daniels has just flown up the draft boards, right?
Mm-hmm. He was definitely the late riser. Yeah, McCarthy had the early draft buzz, right? And kind of took him from, maybe second round guy. He obviously won the national title. Pro Day looked really good. And he kind of vaulted himself into the top 5 potentially, right? And then we heard a lot of top 3 for JJ McCarthy. We'll see where that settles in. But, Washington again, they haven't really tipped their hand. So is it Jaden Daniels or the field?
Man, you have to like Jaden Daniels here, not field.
Taking Jaden Daniels, not the field. Okay.
If I'm putting money on this, it's Jaden.
I would
They
tend
need
to
they
agree.
need quarterback, right? They need quarterback badly.
Yeah, they need
And
quarterback. They need someone who can create with their legs, right? This
mhm.
division has a lot of quarterbacks who have the ability to create with their legs. Obviously, Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott has done a good job doing that. So it is kind of one of those things that this division utilizes, maybe more so than some others. So I completely agree that it would make a lot of sense if Daniels was the pick here and he was tasked with trying to fix the Commanders.
I think. I mean, that's just no other way that they can go. There's no other direction that Washington can go right now. You desperately need a quarterback. Somebody's getting dabbed up in the background here of Molly McGrath's report.
I believe that's Malik Neighbors,
who happens to know Jaden Daniels pretty well, right?
Yes.
There's some photographs being taken here. It seems like, since it's not going to be Malik Neighbors, right?
Right.
Seems like we've got Jaden Daniels going here. Although we have not seen the pick is in graphic yet.
No, not yet. Not yet. So what do you believe, or what would you be doing if you were sitting in this green room, right? Let's say you know you're not going in the top 3. You're a skill position player. Okay? Offensive line, whatever it is, but you're not a quarterback guaranteed to go in the top 3. So what are you doing in the first round, watching pick after pick after pick, and
Well, you're going to
waiting
call
for
Will
your name
Levis
to
to
be
see what
called?
he did, right?
No, right, we've seen that, but that's what I'm curious, right? Like internally, like what goes through your head? Like what kind of a is it? Do you think it's an ego check, right? Like, oh, I think everybody
I
around
think
you's been
it's
pumping you up that you're so good, and then you're not going where you thought you were going, or is it one of those that you're scrolling your TikToks, right? Anything,
yeah,
you're BSing with your buddies who couldn't make it, right? Because you can't, you bring your family,
right.
significant other, whatever. Like, are you BSing with your buddies to try and take your mind off of it? Like, are you listening to music on your phone, just trying to zone out, like you would before a game? Like, what would you be doing?
I genuinely don't know. I really don't, like, just trying to distract myself, I guess, as best as possible. Trying to distract myself. That's what I would do, because like you're about to hear, I guess this is legitimately, I mean, and these guys have played in pressure packed situations, right? They've been in stressful situations. That this is probably as stressful as it gets, right? Like this has to be in their lives. This is as stressful as it gets.
This is millions of dollars at stake, right? This is your livelihood and the biggest moment of your life to this point.
Yeah, and you hear about all these guys, former players, right? Former players and coaches. They say, when I was playing, it was so much easier because I was in control, right? And they had you have no control. All right, no surprise. Washington does what Washington was supposed to do. Jaden Daniels out of LSU, right? Pick number 2.
So we're chalk here. 1 and 2 is chalk. Now comes some uncertainty, right? So
yeah, now it gets interesting.
Yep. Congratulations to Jaden Daniels, right? He's going to step in most likely right away, kind of be the day 1 starter here in Washington, and try and right the ship. Now, he's another guy. He doesn't have terrible offensive weapons, right? Like there are playmakers in Washington. You have Terry McLaurin, which I think everyone to this point should be able to agree on has been maybe not a disappointment, but not as good as we thought he was going to be. Right? Specifically,
Say again?
With Terry McLaurin.
Oh yeah,
He has not performed his draft hype, right? So
yes,
he's consistently a wide receiver 2 for fantasy purposes, and there were many people in the fantasy circles who touted this guy up to be something similar to what we see from Jamar Chase.
But again, this is a position that you're only as good as the player giving you the football, right? You're only as good as the ball distributor. No position is more reliant upon the quarterback than wide receiver, right? Quarterback relies on the O-line to be effective, but even with a defective O-line, a receiver can still get his if a quarterback is good enough to make that work.
Mm-hmm.
So I think as much as it's been Terry McLaurin not living up to hype, he's been in bad situations too. He hasn't been in a situation that has allowed him to be the Terry McLaurin we thought he was going to be coming out of college.
I think part of it's that. I think part of it is he has lacked the ability to consistently create separation.
That is fair. There is stuff on him too. Yeah.
Part of that's offensive design, right? I do think that Bieniemy helped that a little bit, but again, the quarterback situation was in flux, and so that made things extremely challenging. So it'll be interesting to see how this is going to look. The reigning Heisman Trophy winner coming in, and how this looks for Terry McLaurin, for Brian Robinson, and the rest of Josh Downs, right? Who everybody wants to fall in love with, and see how this looks for Washington. So we'll see.
The other thing that's good about it too is we're getting a brand new offense there in Washington, right?
We are. Yes, we are.
So this is it makes sense when you get a new head coach the Patriots picked at 3. The pick is in for the Patriots. They didn't deal it. That's my first surprise of the night. I thought the Patriots would deal that pick, but the Patriots have made their pick. But back to the point that we were making, a new offense, you've got a new voice coming in. It's a good time to hit the reset button, get the most important piece of the puzzle, bring that in fresh, right? And hope that you can find some lightning in a bottle. We've seen it. Absolutely. We've seen it happen how many times? New head coach, new quarterback, right? Like it's just the way of the world now. It's the way the NFL works.
Absolutely. Well, the theory is, right, as the head coach, your quarterback gives you a lifeline. So worst case
at least
scenario,
get the development period, right?
Yeah. Worst case scenario, you get 3 years, basically. Best case scenario, you're tied to him, right? Your career is now tied into this player.
Yeah, absolutely.
Heath Schuler. Can anybody tell me where Heath Schuler went to college? He was drafted in '94 by Washington.
Heath Schuler.
Don't look at the graphic. Don't look at the graphic.
I'm not looking. I didn't see it. Heath Schuler was a Miami Red Hawk.
He's a Tennessee Volunteer.
Oh, of course he was. That was my next guess.
That's who Peyton came in behind.
Oh. And famously, who backed up Peyton?
Todd Helton.
All right, what do we think here? Is it
Drake
May? Is it JJ?
Kraft doesn't look too excited, honestly.
Is it Drake May? Is it JJ McCarthy?
I don't know.
It's got to be Drake May, right? It's got to be Drake May.
I think Drake May makes the most. I don't know that Drake May makes the most sense, actually. Like when I look at McCarthy and kind of how that Michigan offense was structured and how he handled that, like he just seems like a Patriot guy. And I think I said the same thing on Tuesday's show.
Right.
Like there's something about McCarthy that just, and maybe that's the old regime, right? It's figuring out how Jared Mayo.
I think I'm ahead of you guys, so I'm going to step off camera and not react to it until you guys do.
Oh, you already see it?
Yeah, with that, I don't know that.
Okay.
Chalk.
So, it is Drake May.
We're still chalk.
Yep. Like I said before things went live there, the Vegas lines had drastically shifted to the point where anybody else. It really was Drake May of the field for that third pick there with the Patriots. So
No, very good. Very good. I like the Carolina blue Jordans with the suit. Like he's got a good clean look.
right.
So I like this Drake May kid. I really do, guys. Like we're gonna see how the Patriots are able to develop him, but I really do. They lost so much offensive talent from 2 years ago, even 3 years ago, both, and being able to turn it over. That his numbers do not look nearly as good from this past season, but he did not have really any weapon to speak of coming into this season. So I think that as far as being able to sling the ball, I think he's right up there with where people are putting Caleb Williams, and I think Drake May is a little bit of a faster decision maker than Caleb Williams is. So we're going to see how this translates, but I like the pick. I think he's a good kid, and I think he'll be able to do some things in New England that we probably didn't see Mac Jones do, right?
Yeah.
All right, if you're putting some money on here, is Arizona making this pick in 5 minutes and 20-ish seconds?
I think the clocks are getting worked very furiously, or the phones are getting worked very furiously at this point.
I would agree, right? It's them.
I think they're getting
the
some
right
numbers
trade
from
partner.
some Minneapolis, or they're getting some calls from some Minneapolis numbers. I think they might be fielding some calls from some 303 numbers. They're in Denver.
It just depends on what the Cardinals want, right? If the Cardinals
Right, what they're asking.
they need a true number one wideout, you can't trade with anybody except the Giants.
Right.
You can't.
Right.
Otherwise, you lose that. If they're not looking at wide receiver, if they're looking at possibly offensive line, maybe some more defensive help and trying to shore things up there, I think then you have other teams that come into play. I don't think they're getting calls from Denver. I think Denver fielded that out pretty early, would be my guess, and I think that's part of the reason they made the Zach
Wilson trade.
Yes, just to have guaranteed competition with Jared Stidham, right? So I don't think the Broncos are in play to trade up here. I think they've dealt with the last 4 seasons of not having a full deck of draft picks, and they've seen that hasn't gotten them anywhere. They are in the exact same position now that they were really 7 years ago. So I don't think that they're looking to trade away future capital here at this moment, and what it would take for them to jump up 10 spots, 8 spots, whatever, is probably a little bit too much, too rich. So maybe the Vikings, right, really trying to push those 2 first-round picks, but is that enough? Is going from 11 to 4, right? We ran that scenario. I know Derek thought that was going to happen in his mock draft that we did on Tuesday, right? You have the Vikings giving up their 2 first-round picks and some others to make it happen, but
although it says pick is in,
I'm saying the pick is in. Yeah, I'm seeing that's in. So here we go.
Yeah, at that point, I don't know how it's anybody other than Marvin Harrison Jr., but we will see how that.
Watch.
Yeah,
that's a nice watch. I like that suit too. Like I think it's a pretty sharp, clean cut suit.
Right. Well, it's
Harrison or Neighbors, right? And it just depends on what you truly want.
Right.
He does look just like his dad, though.
Yeah.
He does. He looks just like his dad. Oh,
yeah.
So that guy in the fancy suit wasn't Neighbors. I was mistaken.
So no, it'll be good and should be interesting to see here, right? Like I really did think that we would see the Cardinals try and trade down, and then I really thought that they'd try and come back up here and try and see if the Chargers really are interested in trying to move down like the reports have come out there, because it wouldn't surprise me to see the Chargers really kind of go after a lineman that kind of thing here. But what'll be interesting to see is if the Cardinals really are making this pick here, right? What the Chargers are going to do here at 5, and does somebody try and jump up and in front of the Giants if they really are looking for their quarterback and get their? It is Marvin Harrison Jr.
Okay. Again,
So,
fairly chalky, right? Like
yep.
This was never out of the realm of possibilities. So the first 4 picks, pretty chalky, right? A lot of, you know, a lot of people thought maybe Arizona was trading out, but for them to stand pat and take this pick makes complete sense. Like this is very much status quo so far.
Right. Well, and we've seen that before too, right? Where you've a team that seemingly has their franchise quarterback, which seemingly the Cardinals do with Kyler, and then they go out and they've got holes all over the place with a top 5 draft pick, and they go out and get their wide receiver of the future, right? And it turned out very well for the Bengals. So we'll see if the Cardinals are able to see some of that same success from this pairing and this duo here. But again, right, like you hit the nail on the head. Pretty chalky at this point of the draft here, and we'll see what the Chargers really do here.
Yeah, and I do think this works. Kyler absolutely knows how to utilize a true number 1 receiver.
Mm-hmm.
He absolutely right between D-Hop and what he had with him for a couple seasons. Hollywood stepped in, and when Hollywood had to be the true number 1, there was flashes, right? He saw the targets that a true number 1 would get. Harrison maybe not be quite as quick as Hollywood is, but he's a better route runner than Hollywood is.
Certainly,
so
certainly a much bigger frame and really that X receiver, whereas Hollywood a little bit fleeter of foot and certainly can go more in the slot type of thing. But no, I think this is really good, getting Kyler some help outside the numbers and really getting their true X receiver here for sure.
No, absolutely. Good genes right there.
Right. So here's this one here is a very intriguing thing here, because it really does come down to what do the Chargers do, right? And you have to have a feeling that part of the reason the Cardinals didn't move out of that is, 1, Marvin Harrison Jr. really was their guy, and 2, the capital and the trade offers that may have been coming in there just weren't enough for them to move off of him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. So it's LA's phones are blowing up, right? And again, very much the same thing. Minnesota's going, okay, what do you think here? Like what's this going to take?
Mm-hmm. And now it becomes even a little bit more feasible, because now you're talking about a couple of very needy quarterback needy type of teams still remaining in this draft, right? You have the Giants seemingly all of a sudden have kind of entered into the fray through that. You have the Vikings, the Broncos, and the Raiders all seemingly to be quarterback heavy here. And so it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out here. Do the Giants potentially try and put a little pick package here to move up a spot?
If I'm the Giants, I'm calling everybody's bluff and I'm holding pat.
Right.
Me personally. And that's what I'm doing if I'm the Giants. I'm playing that game. Make someone overpay almost, right? Because if you're the Chargers, you know that someone's coming up to get a quarterback if they're calling you, right? They're not calling you for any other reason.
Right.
Because they know that they want to get past the Giants and the rumors that they've heard there. So the Chargers, if I'm the Chargers, I'm asking for a fortune. Like, back up the Brinks truck, go back to Fort Knox, load it up again, back it up one more time. Like, it is unfathomable what I would be asking for, because I want to see what teams are willing to pay. How convinced are they that the Giants are going quarterback? Because I have needs of my own. I have Joe Alt sitting right there. I can go Malik Neighbors. Like, I have a extremely good wide receiver. Some would put him above Harrison, depending on how you're looking at them, and the best offensive tackle in the class. And I need both. right? I need both. So come pay me. Jump the Giants, come pay me. And if I'm the Giants, I'm sitting there saying, all right, let's see what this does. Because we don't think the Chargers will get what they're asking for.
Right.
So that's what the Giants are thinking. We don't think the Chargers are going to get what they're asking for from anybody else. So we're going to force them to pick and have our player fall to us.
Right. Well, and if you're the Giants, right, who rumors have started really circulating that they're in the Michael Penix arena here with that 6th pick. Yeah, at that point, yeah, if you're on the Michael Penix train being the Giants because you're a believer in that, or you thought that was the quarterback that would be available to you at that pick, and now you've got it where a team hasn't jumped up ahead of you to take JJ McCarthy, as many expected might be the case. Are you, or you know, which guy are you taking if both fall to you?
I think JJ McCarthy is probably Jared Goff. Again, I think he's going to win you some games. I think he's going to do things the right way. There's probably going to be a little bit of a learning curve, but he has a high IQ and he's going to be able to read the play and make the right decision. So I think you have that. I think Penix probably has a better arm, maybe a little bit more upside. Yes, coming off a knee surgery, so you do worry about that. But I still think his absolute ceiling is higher than McCarthy's absolute ceiling.
I would agree with that, right? And that then comes down to it as well, right? Because the Giants have the, you know, a guy that was labeled kind of the QB whisperer, QB guru in Dayball as the head coach, right? A guy that's, you know, helped develop into Josh Allen at the pro level. So, right, that then comes down to, you know, what do they think that kind of fits that in? And I am seeing reports that the Chargers pick is in, so it'll be interesting to see how this one looks and works. And yeah, pick was in still seemingly with time on the clock, so there must have not been the offers that they were looking for at that point to do that, because they did run the clock a fair bit there.
Yeah, and I think this was the risk, right? We all like to talk trades. We all like to see what happens with these and everything else. But when teams know, or when teams feel like another team is desperate or really pushing, right, to get up and get a player, the asking price goes up.
Right.
So, you know, that's entirely possible. You would think that the Giants have the guy that they want that just fell right into their lap. You know, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting if the Chargers take Joe Alt.
Yep. That's what I was just thinking.
Now, if you're the Giants, what do you do? Do you take Neighbors and finally have your alpha in a wide receiver room of just guys? Or do you take your heir apparent, give him 1 year with Dayball as the backup so that way he can learn and develop and do everything else, because Daniel Jones is there and they have to pay him regardless.
Right.
So you let Jones run out there, do his thing, but you have Dayball whispering in your young quarterback's ear every step along the way and make the Giants choose. Because paralysis by overanalysis almost, right?
Right.
What do you do?
I do like some of these reports I'm seeing come across the TV that the Chargers turned away trade offer calls for Justin Herbert. If you're the Chargers, right, like the asking price for Herbert has got to be higher than the asking price for the 5th overall pick. By leaps
I would
and
think so. It's an established product. Like, you know,
right.
Herbert can play, right? He got knocked up a little bit, right? Fluke injuries with a broken finger and a bruised sternum and, you know, some of this stuff. They're not, he's not blowing out his knee or anything like that. These are kind of fluky injuries that he does try and play through.
And you know, there's not many guys that hit the 5,000 yards passing in a single season, much less a guy that's that young still. Joe Alt. Joe Alt's the pick here, it looks like. So I remember back in Mock 1.0 making that call. I'm feeling pretty good about that right now.
Yep. So I like this. Good for him. And again, there's nothing wrong with this pick, right?
No.
Going out to LA, you get to block for Justin Herbert. This is immediately Jim Harbaugh's stamp, right?
Yep.
He wants to run the football. He wants to play a physical brand of football. Joe Alt, Michigan played Notre Dame a couple different times, so Harbaugh is familiar with Joe Alt's game. This is not shocking, right?
No.
So good for this kid. I think he lands in a pretty good spot, right? He has a offensive minded head coach who's going to let him be physical and really push on things. He's got a good young quarterback behind him. He's just got to keep him upright.
Yeah, this one here, we said it Tuesday that the one thing that would be very surprising is if Joe Alt wasn't taken at number 7 by Tennessee. This is the only path that I saw that wasn't going to be the case, as if the Chargers stayed pat there and decided to take their guy. So interestingly enough, right now that puts New York on the clock here, and New York has, over the last day or so, really started to ramp up quarterback talk out there. But now you've got Malik Neighbors that has kind of fallen to you here at 6. Most people had him already off the board by this time. Most mock drafts, most of the folks thinking through this didn't think that Malik Neighbors would still be around here at number 6. So if you're the Giants, does that change anything, right? Are you taking the quarterback that you're going to likely have to have sit for a year because you're paying Daniel Jones $40 million? And quite frankly, we've seen it where your quarterbacks tend to fare a little bit better when they have a little bit of a learning curve and they're not immediately thrust in there on week 1. Or do you go with Malik Neighbors and get the wide receiver, because that wide receiver room in New York is pretty barren?
Yeah, I'm thinking like Dayball. I'm going quarterback if I don't have the faith in Daniel Jones. Right? He was not part of Daniel Jones signing that extension. That was after the fact. So if I'm Dayball and I've seen a season of Daniel Jones and I just don't think that's going to work, I'm going quarterback. If I feel like I can make something out of Daniel Jones still, right? That we're just a couple pieces away from being competent. Because remember, 2 years ago, the Giants made the playoffs.
Right.
Last year, they were terrible. They got blown up with injuries, everything else. 2 years ago, they were in the playoffs. So they're not that far removed from being a competitive football team. So from that aspect, yeah, you roll the dice, you get your wide receiver, get him in with your quarterback, see what type of chemistry they can work out, right? We saw it between Allen and Diggs, and being able to kind of put that together. And if it blows up, I believe Dayball to be safe enough to go through one more draft where he can then step in, right? Do they then step in? Do they then look at free agency if Dak Prescott doesn't sign with the Cowboys? Do they then, look in other avenues? But for right now, I think I would go Neighbors. And if that happens, Tennessee's pick gets very, very interesting.
Right. Yeah, because Tennessee, a lot of folks thought that would very much be the case where they would be going that route, but Tennessee has some needs out there that, do they end up then going with a different offensive lineman? There's a couple of really good offensive linemen. Like, this is a really deep class, a little bit top heavy with Joe Alt, right? Like, kind of far and away the number 1 tackle, rated tackle prospect in this, but lots of really good linemen still left in this draft. And the Giants pick is in. We'll see what this selection looks like here. And they go with Malik Neighbors.
Okay.
So this is going to get very, very interesting, right? Because seemingly there's not another team between now and pick 11 that has a quarterback, real need out there.
Unless you're willing to move, right?
Yeah, unless you're willing to move. the Jets maybe, depending upon how long they think Aaron Rodgers is going to stay in town, and at which point do you draft the heir apparent there and take a guy like JJ McCarthy to learn from and go through that route. But I think they've got other needs there as well.
Yeah, I don't know that I see the Jets doing it, right? How many years did we see Aaron Rodgers just completely dog cuss the Green Bay Packers, right, for not making the right pick? I think they really do need some help to go with Garrett Wilson and Brees, right? Brock is that guy.
Yeah.
We'll see what they do, but Brock is that guy. Your top 2 receivers are off the board, so you don't need to force it. Maybe you could go Rome Odunze, right? Like you could possibly do that and pair him up, and I think that'd be a nice 1-2 punch, honestly.
Right.
So I think that pick is on the board. But I ultimately think, man, Aaron Rodgers is at his best when he has a tight end who can help him too.
Right.
The receiver looks great, but that tight end is such an unsung hero for Aaron Rodgers, and he knows how to utilize him in the red zone.
That I do get. But I almost feel like Tennessee has got to go offensive line here, right? And so, do they go with Latham? Do they go with like Olu Fashanu? I think both of those guys are certainly probably on the clock and in their short list there.
Yeah, I think I would go Latham here personally, but
yeah,
I'm not opposed to going Olu.
Right. I mean, both the guys, they're seemingly very, very good prospects, and I think both of them can do some amazing things. So, be interesting to see how this one plays out. And this one here is going to be kind of a little bit of a surprise, I think, here. So, but no, it's interesting to see some of the posturing that has kind of gone on so far here, and none of the teams that we thought might have made a move in this first round have made a move.
It's expensive to move up.
Yeah, it certainly is. And so it'll be interesting.
It is. Like, sorry, real quick on the Vikings, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Vikings have enough holes that sacrificing all these extra picks is not necessarily a plan for success.
Right.
They need offensive line help too. They don't necessarily need a wide receiver early, but I could see them picking up another one late to go with Jefferson and Addison.
Mm-hmm.
They need help across the defensive line. They got blown up last year. Everybody always needs secondary help, and the quarterback. They have plenty of needs.
Oh yes.
So if you're giving up both first round picks and a second next year or blah blah, I mean whatever it is, something like that. Like at some point it just becomes too rich. Like, and because everybody touted these quarterbacks, like it's pricey to move up. Like,
right.
It'd be interesting to see what the asking price was for Tennessee if the Vikings called.
Right. Well, and what'll be interesting here to
that's
see.
Cool. Do you see?
I do. I'm seeing it now.
Jacket?
Yeah.
It's like a photo collage of his playing career. That's cool.
That is awesome.
I like that. That's really cool.
Wouldn't surprise me though to see the Bears move back, right? Like somebody wants to come up and jump the Vikings to try and get a quarterback, like not, moving from 12 or 13 to 9. That's not that significant of a move there. And I really do think that the Bears are looking at either an edge rusher there or offensive line help there, right? Like I know a lot of the mocks have Odunze going to the Bears there at 9, but I really think that they're going to make some other moves there right. They've put all the skill positions around them through a couple of trades, through some free agency movings, all of that. I think they're going to address where they've got other holes and try and build the team that way. Right. I heard somebody say it earlier today, and I don't remember who it was. It was an analyst out there that said basically that the draft is how you can set up your salary cap and roster, roster construction for years to come. And that's really where you do it, is through this process, because you can, if you draft well, you can get the guys to fill in to key positions and and you can build the roster off of that. But when you don't draft well, you're just constantly chasing this thing, and or then spending really good money on average players.
Yep,
And that's how you get Daniel Jones making $40 million a year.
Yeah, crazy. Oh, speaking of getting paid, what did you think about the Sun God contract?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't mind it. Right? The Detroit also going out and spending on paying Penei Sewell today as well. Right? Like they're certainly going out and keeping their core together and really kind of building for the future there. So I thought the money was a little bit on the like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize that we were gonna see Amon-Ra get Tyreek Hill kind of money, but like he's certainly done done it well over the last few years. And I guess in my own mind, I hadn't quite had him in the same tier as some of these other guys. But again, right, he's much younger than some of these other guys. So that kind of plays into it. And he's certainly produced on the field and shown that he can be a true number one alpha receiver for a team. And those are not easy to come by, especially in a pass happy league.
They're not. So I'm happy for the guy, right? He's another guy who we've been extremely fond of here on our show. So I'm happy for him. I hope it works out for him and Detroit, because I am a Dan Campbell supporter. I just am. Like, it's not necessarily anything to do about the Lions. It is about the personality of the head coach and being able to relate. And I still just feel like I would run through a brick wall for Dan Campbell. And I just think that's awesome.
Right. Yeah, it is absolutely amazing, right? Like just you get kind of that feeling that he really has that team locked in and rocking and rolling there. And just it's been amazing to watch the transformation in Detroit the last couple of seasons here and where they've really kind of come from and where they're heading to, and really is pretty spectacular there. So very interested to see here what Tennessee does, because Tennessee is on the clock. The pick is in. A couple of different ways that they could go here, but it's not going to surprise me if we see an offensive lineman whose name is called here. Wouldn't surprise me. Latham wouldn't surprise me. Olu-Fashanu here, but we'll see. This one here is going to be a very interesting selection. And so the let's see here. Yep, it is JC Latham, right? Kind of no surprises on this one. Really thought that we would see JC Latham be kind of that second offensive lineman off of the board, and that has come to fruition here with the Titans selecting JC Latham. So this is again one of those that we were talking just a couple moments ago. Really thought that this would be either Latham or Olu-Fashanu. And it is one of those guys, and Tennessee kind of going chalk on on a position that we thought that they would go after here.
Yeah, they desperately needed some O-line help. And Latham, I'm not going to say fell, right? Because a lot of mocks, and even the ones that we did, had him going slightly later. But I think this is absolutely a position of need and a very good player to fill that position, right? So I don't think it's a reach. So I don't believe that he was overdrafted. I'm sure that they would have loved to have Joe Alt, but you know what? They had a great pivot, came right down to him, and boom, got the pick, and they're off and running. So I think this will absolutely help Tennessee right away as far as being able to solidify some of the problems that they've had along that offensive line here the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, I think so as well. No, it should be really good here. Tell you what, let's get into do a little trivia question here while we're waiting for the and the Falcons pick is in.
Wow.
The Falcons wasting no time. I feel like this one's going to be a defensive edge rusher coming from the Falcons, either Jared Verse or Dallas Turner. It would be surprising to me if it's anybody other than.
No, I would completely agree with that. I know on Tuesday we were just on opposite sides of that, right?
Right.
Originally, I had Jared Verse. When we did our solo, I pivoted over to Dallas Turner, and you went the Verse route. But again, both are premium pass rushers, right? They are the two best pass rushers in this class. Neither one would be surprising, and so it makes a lot of sense that this would be where Atlanta's looking after going three consecutive years of first round offensive players.
Not only that, but top 10 first round offensive players on the skill position side of things. And actually, another name that wouldn't surprise me to see the Falcons call here would be Latu out of the edge rusher out of UCLA, right? Like, I think that they're going to go in that direction of an edge rusher here.
Oh, look at the grill.
Yeah, that is sparkly.
That's Jefferson like.
Yeah.
Good for him. Have some fun. That necklace is interesting. I don't know that I'd be wearing that, but that's just me.
Right. All right, and then let's while we're waiting for this one to come through, because we very well may get a TV break in here as well. But can you name the last running back that was selected first overall, or which team took it, or the year that it was in?
Last running back that went first overall, or the team, or the year. Man, I don't know that I don't even know that I have a good guess here, Derek.
I'll give you a hint. Which one of the like? Year, team, or name?
Team.
Cincinnati Bengals.
Dylan?
Nope. I could see the thought process there, but it was Kajana Carter in 1995, almost 30 years ago.
Yeah. Saw how well that played out for him.
Right. But different times there for sure.
Definitely more run heavy and
right.
Running backs. You'd see 3, 4, 5 running backs go in the first round, and now, it's been a stretch to have one outside of the Bijan Robinson year.
Right. Well, and for the most part too, right? Like back then it was, if you didn't have a running back to really kind of pin your game on, you had a hard time doing anything in the NFL there, right? Like the quarterbacks weren't, a great season for the quarterback was in the like 3,000 yards passing type of range and all of that. So things have certainly changed along that front here. Although it would be interesting. How many yards
do you think Dan Marino would throw for in today's NFL?
6,000 or 7,000.
I mean, seriously, right? Like,
I wouldn't
slinger.
Would not surprise me that if he was playing in today's NFL with the way that the rules are, the all of those things, that we could have seen him throw for 6,000 yards in a season.
Yeah. Do you think Favre could have done the same thing?
Potentially, right? Like Favre certainly played in an era that was progressing towards this a little bit more so, right? Same thing with Elway. Elway could have put up much more gaudy numbers there. So, but
wow.
I was just before we started talking on that, I was going to ask you, would it really surprise you if the Falcons took a quarterback here, either to kind of sit behind the Kirk Cousins, because Kirk Cousins coming to the end of his career there, sit behind that, you've got kind of the bridge there, and then you've got your QB of the future.
Yeah, I'm a little shocked. Like, I did not have Atlanta on the radar for Michael Penix. Like, it just was not a thought. I really, really felt like they were going to be going, wow, on the defensive side of the ball. This is the first clear shock, right? But this might be the biggest shock of the draft. We'll see how the rest of the round plays out. But I was nowhere near this. Nowhere
Right.
near this.
So here's the interesting thing, right? Like, this is one that's, I really don't think that Chicago would have thought that they would have been sitting here at 9 and had their pick of either Jared Verse or Dallas Turner or Romeo Dunze, right? Like, this does come into very interesting territory on which way the Bears go. And now that Penix is off the board, do you see a team that's sitting there at 11 or 12 or 13 try and make the move to come up and get McCarthy? Because if not, and you don't make a move like that, then you're sitting there with a as your quarterback option left of Bo Nix. And I feel like every time I hear people talk about Bo Nix and all of that, I feel like the draft day scenario, the movie where they're like, say it with me, you get Bo. And I'm kind of in the, the I can't even, Sonny Weaver Jr. camp there, where it's that just doesn't ring excitement. But the Bears pick is in, so apparently nobody's making a move up.
I'm a little shocked.
So am I. I was really hoping that we were going to see Michael Penix Jr. sitting there at 12 when we got there.
Yeah, especially with both of them falling. So
right, and so now it's one of those that short of Denver somehow leapfrogging Minnesota, I don't think that you're gonna. I think you're gonna see James J. McCarthy go with the 11th pick at this point, then, or the Raiders jumping both of them to come up to number 10. So short of that, I think you're going to see JJ McCarthy selected at number 11 here. And then the question becomes, what's Chicago doing here? Are they addressing some of that defensive line and that edge rush and kind of go in the same model that you saw Houston go last year, right? You go and you get yourself your quarterback of the future. You go and you get yourself a defensive playmaker to help anchor that line, and you've got those kind of two guys to build your franchise around at those premium positions there on the rookie deals. Or do they go out there and get a wide receiver?
Yeah, well, because it'd be the same setup.
Right.
Houston had to do it with the
second and third
pick. Chicago's going to be able to do it the 1st and the 9th as far as best quarterback and best pass rusher, if that's the route they go. Like,
right.
Very interesting. I don't think the Jets trade down, especially if they have their eye on Bowers, right? Because if the quarterbacks are gone, Denver's going to have to pivot, and he is a very likely landing spot in Denver. Right.
Well, and actually, you bring up a great point there, because if Chicago goes with an edge rusher, right? Like, that leaves both Odunze and Bowers on the board here at number 10. And at that point, you're the Jets, and you kind of got your best case scenario where you got seemingly the two guys that you would have been trying to target from a position group and a needs group for the deal.
Okay, so the New York Jets and the Minnesota Vikings have swapped picks. So the Vikings did jump up one spot. I'm not sure what the compensation is just yet.
And the Bears took Odunze.
Okay. Wow. We are going offensive crazy tonight in this draft.
Yeah.
Absolute offensive crazy. There has not been a single defensive player selected, and I don't think there's going to be through the first 10 picks.
I don't think we're going to see it through the first 11 picks.
So there's a draft trivia for you. When's the latest the first defensive player has been selected in the first round?
Do you have the answer?
I have no idea. No, I have no idea. I did not think we'd be talking about this.
Let's see what we can find looking at this.
So good for Minnesota. I have no idea what the terms of this deal are yet, but it would not surprise me if they gave up a first and a fourth to move up one spot, with the Jets knowing that they were going to take a quarterback and not the guy that they wanted.
Right.
So the Jets acquired an extra mid-round pick in this scenario, in my scenario, for the Vikings to move up one spot.
Right.
Very interesting, because McCarthy was the first player tied to the Vikings all along.
Yes.
I was just waiting for a trade to happen to come back. That's all. We hadn't had any fireworks yet.
Yeah, I want to see the compensation, because I don't know. I don't know if it classifies as fireworks, or the Vikings finally getting to a point where, okay, our guy's fallen, like we need to protect this a little bit, and swapping one pick is not going to hurt nearly as bad as jumping up 6, 7, or 8.
Yeah.
I believe
this way they're able to keep their second first.
I have the compensation, unless you've got it, Derek. Go ahead.
No, go for it.
I have Jets receive picks 11 and 129 overall and 157 overall for 10 and 203 to the Vikings. So 10 and 203 go to Minnesota. Jets are now at 11, 129, and 157.
So what is that? A first, a third, a fourth for a first and a fifth? Is that kind of how that works out there? I think that's about the range that we'd be talking about.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
Okay. And I guess it could be a first and a fourth and a fifth for a first and a sixth. I think that's probably more accurate there as far as how those numbers would break down. But
okay. I did not expect Penix to go. I know you guys are probably harping in on that already, but do you guys want to recap the last 4 or 5 picks while we've got a chance here?
Yeah, we sure can. But first, Kevin brought up an interesting question for some of our trivia folks out there.
Okay.
When or which draft was the one that had the latest that a defensive player was selected? I can now confidently say that this draft is that draft. But can you name the previous one that held the record?
I don't know that I can. Was it recently?
We would have been doing a live stream. It was that recently.
So I want to say
2021.
21.
Can you name the player?
No.
So, someone from Alabama.
No.
Chase Young?
No, it was J.C. Horn.
Oh, really? When the Panthers took him, huh?
Yep. In 2021.
What they taking at 9?
8.
I vaguely recall, because that was the year that it was just buku wide receivers, right?
It was quarterbacks crazy. Like that one, wasn't that the one with Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance? Then you had Jamar Chase, Kyle Pitts, Penei Sewell. Like I think those were the first 6 draft picks taken there. Jalen Waddle was in that mix as well.
Yeah, J.C. Horn went 8 overall.
Right. And then there was and
back-to-back defensive players, in fact. The one guy worth watching on Denver is the other one.
Right. And then in 1999, number 7 overall pick from a former, and that was Champ Bailey was selected there. And then in 2005 and 2012, it was the 6th pick. So like that's kind of how this has gone. We've now gone into 10 picks. I don't think there's any chance in the world that the Vikings are selecting a defensive player here.
Yeah.
I also don't think that the Jets are going to select the defensive player the next pick.
So
Denver could be it, because I think they'll have their choice of defensive edge rushers that fall to them.
Yeah, all of the edge rushers, basically. Because what do you think the Jets do here? They go Bowers?
I think they go Bowers. Is where I'm thinking.
You think so?
Get Rodgers a toy.
Yeah, right. Get him somebody that he can
help spread that offense out a little bit, so it's not so focused on
Garrett Wilson
and Breece Hall.
So
you get Bowers, who can play a little bit in line, but really kind of play out into the slot and out wide a little bit, having that wide receiver background and give them personnel matchups, right? Bowers is going to be a cheat code for personnel matchups because teams are going to struggle to figure out whether you can stick a linebacker, whether you have to do a safety, whether it needs to be a corner, like who matches up best with Bowers.
Right. Well, and then so going back to, Alex kind of recapping the last couple of picks there while we wait for the Vikings to select JJ McCarthy. You had number 5, Joe Alt there with the Chargers.
I was a little surprised by that.
Guess who was not surprised at all?
Well, I'm sure my colleagues here on the dais weren't all that surprised. I need to go back actually because I wasn't around for Marvin Harrison Jr. either, which wasn't terribly surprising, right? We knew that Arizona needed a receiver. I think what was surprising to me was that Arizona actually picked there, right? Like that I think is what was the biggest shock to me, is that Arizona couldn't find a dance partner to trade out of there. I think picking Marvin Harrison Jr. there makes a ton of sense for what they need, for what they were going to do. I feel like that was good. The Joe Alt pick, I guess, also makes sense, right? You need to protect Justin Herbert. You have got to make sure that your asset number one, because you've traded away or let walk out of the building all of your receivers, that you're going to need to protect that guy because he's not going to be able to just chuck and duck, right? And hope for the best. So I think protecting him, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Chargers go receiver heavy here, over the course of the next couple of days, not today. Obviously, I don't think they've got another pick here in the first round. I don't know that they move back up into the first round to pick again, but I think they go probably receiver heavy day 2, day 3 to make sure that they've got something. Again, the Vikings pick is in. So after that, we have Malik Neighbors. Kind of shocked that the Giants didn't go quarterback.
I do wonder how much of that was posturing, though, to try and get somebody to
move up,
right?
To scare a Minnesota into going up and getting. I agree. I think there's probably something to that. A little bit of smoke that was being sent out. So the Neighbors pick there again makes sense, right? You've paid all this money to Daniel Jones. You've decided that Jones is the one you're going to keep because you let his name's escaping me right now. The running back leave.
I mean, Saquon was there certainly, but again, that was very much a.
But you've let him walk, right? So now this is a Daniel Jones offense at this point, right? Like that's what it is. So you better make sure that Daniel Jones can operate within this offense. So I get it. I think it's a good pick. I think Neighbors was. I mean, it was 1 and 1A, right? Whichever one you liked more was the one you were going to take, whether it was Harrison Jr. or Neighbors. I don't think you can go wrong either way. Like, I just don't think you go wrong either way. J.C. Latham, another good pick, right? Because the Titans seemingly have their quarterback. They seemingly have all of the pieces. It was just that O-line wasn't very good. As we see Minnesota make the pick. Predictable. Minnesota predictable. They take JJ McCarthy there, the 10th overall pick out of Michigan. And so as we go back, and we'll react to this here in just a second after we talk about the quarterback taken in front of him, which I did not expect. What is Atlanta doing? They just went and broke the bank for Kirk Cousins. And I'm sure you guys talked ad nauseum about this, but it bears revisiting. What is Atlanta doing?
I mean, you've got Kirk Cousins, who's already 35, coming off an Achilles. Like, I see how that move can make some sense there, right? Like, you've got the Kirk Cousins of playing bridge quarterback for you, and you're trying to set that up for the quarterback of the future, right? Like, I can understand how they did that and why they went the route that they did.
The Jets pick is already in.
Yeah, they knew.
They had it written down 2 picks ago because they figured, no one's taking Bowers here. We're just going to write the card down. We'll walk it in.
Right. Like, that was one of those that they had that as soon as Romeo Odunze was selected, they go, well, that narrowed our choice from A or B down to just our guy.
Yeah.
And had that pick written down, and then Minnesota says, "Hey, would you give us a guy?"
All right, so Penix to Atlanta, another shocker, and it was, I don't know. I guess I don't see it. I think Cousins probably still has 2-3 years left in him, and so you've eaten up basically his entire rookie deal, right? Are you hoping for like a Rodgers Favre situation? Like, what are you doing?
Or a Rodgers Love situation?
Or a Rodgers Love situation. I could see that. Yeah. And
that's exactly what they're trying to do.
Love turned out to be pretty okay. Some might say better than okay. Adunze makes sense, right? It makes sense to give Caleb Williams his pick. And, well, we knew JJ was going to go to Minnesota come hell or high water, and here it is.
Right. Well, I really thought that we would see Chicago actually take an edge rusher there, right? Like go the kind of the Houston route last year, but no, certainly wasn't the case. And now we've got JJ off the board here. So, Alex, we got 5 quarterbacks already off the board in the first 10 picks. In the first 10 picks.
Do we see another one go? My bold prediction does not look good at all.
No, and you still got two teams that are quarterback needy here.
Yeah, you've got a Bo Nix still on the board,
right?
Raiders.
Please go Raiders. Please, Denver, no.
I don't think Denver does it. I don't think Denver does it now.
I think
they would have been interested in McCarthy.
Mm-hmm.
I think they would have been interested in Penix. I don't think they're going Bo Nix. I think they're going pass rusher now. So you are. I think you are
especially because Bowers is not an option, right?
Dallas Turner or Verse. You is one of those 3.
Well, and I think it helps now that the fact that Denver will have likely their choice of pass rusher that they wanted in this draft. So, I don't think that they were anticipating that you would see an edge rusher, your choice of edge rusher at 12, but because I really don't think that the Jets are going defense here. I think we're going to see Brock Bowers' name called here. We may see offensive line called here. That wouldn't surprise me either.
I think both of those are options, right? It's somebody who's got their hand in the dirt more often than not, right? Like that's what's getting called here.
Right. And actually, here's the other thing that may not surprise me is if New Orleans is trying to work a deal with Denver to try and move up and pick offensive line, because that's where their biggest need is. Denver would still have
definitely afford to trade back.
Right. And
capital.
Right. And so I could see them doing something like that and still getting their potential chance at who they want at the.
Oh my God.
Olu Fashanu. All right.
Oh,
Bowers is on the board.
Can we please? Please.
So,
how bad can they screw this up?
Pretty bad. Don't tempt them. I think that's a good pick, right?
I think
We're talking Bowers, but I think this is a good pick. I think that they realized the offensive line was a big problem for them. A lot of people didn't declare it as a position need for some reason, but that offensive line was atrocious. They were getting no push. They could not block. Fashanu comes in out of Penn State, run heavy, right? Penn State was grinding on the offensive line, but he's able to do both, right? He'll be able to play left or right side. So even if he doesn't start, he's your swing tackle right away. Like he's going to see plenty of action. I'm assuming he'll start on the right side to start his career. Maybe they keep him on the left, but regardless, he will be starting. And Aaron Rodgers will be yelling at him for missing assignments. That's just what Aaron Rodgers does. It has nothing against Olu, right? Like it's nothing against the kid. Right. It's just what Aaron Rodgers does. Like you miss an assignment and Aaron Rodgers dog cusses you a little bit. Like, so I hope the kid has thick skin.
Well, Denver didn't waste much time to put this pick in here. So
interesting.
I only saw about a minute and a half tick off that clock before it said pick is in. So
I'm looking at the Jets roster, right now, and their tackles are listed as their starting tackles are Tyron Smith and Morgan Moses. I think
He will
he's got a
start
real
over
shot.
Morgan Moses. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think he can absolutely start over Morgan Moses.
Yep.
He's got a real good shot at being a day one starter. I mean, the thing that works for him, right, is that he came from a program that did, run the football, right, and understands concepts of running. Pass pro, I think, will be the thing that will get him in trouble. Oh no, why are we showing this? Please don't do this.
No.
What we do not. No. Sorry
for
everybody.
It's
Who
not up for
Put your
me.
phone down. Put your phone down.
for everybody
No.
that is not watching, they just showed a live look into Bo Nix's living room. The Broncos pick is in.
Please, no Bo.
I have shivers. Like,
we complained a lot about John Elway's draft. Can we just have him go back to drafting? Because George Payton's
been terrible, and he was supposed to be a great evaluator, right? When bringing him over from Minnesota, like everyone talked up what a great evaluator George Payton was, and he hasn't done diddly squat in a draft.
And in fact,
he really
he's
has
screwed
not.
himself by making these deals.
Right. Really, the last time we saw the Broncos make a first-round selection was at the 9th pick, and they took Patrick Surtain.
Was Pat Surtain in that 21 draft?
And
that worked well, right?
Right.
Surtain worked well. I know I was not overly thrilled with the pick at the time, but
I wasn't either.
He has lived up to
Correct.
up to that billing. So you cannot be frustrated with the results that you got, even though maybe myself included, we're looking at someone else.
But
outside of that,
they also passed on Micah Parsons, right?
Did.
Like,
but
right
here's where a GM should not be really judged by their first round pick, right? That's not where a GM should be judged. I think it's fine because a first round pick I think is the easiest one to make, right? Like you've spent all season, all
when you
miss. Right. I give you that. But a GM should really be judged by their ineffectiveness or effectiveness in rounds 2 through 7, and their effectiveness in free agency, and their effectiveness in making trades prior to, the Thursday of the draft. That's where a GM should be evaluated. Kevin, you're right. When you miss on the first round pick, that's terrible because you're locked in financially. Maybe not so much anymore because, look, these guys just cut and there's dead money all over the place in the NFL. But like teams are so much quicker to move on from a busted first round draft pick. But it's really difficult. Look, the Broncos haven't been to the playoffs coming up on 10 years. It's been 9 seasons, or this will be season number 9 that the Broncos haven't sniffed the postseason. And Peyton has not been able to figure that out. He's traded away capital to bring in a quarterback that was a bust because he couldn't get the coach right. He couldn't get the coach right the second time, and the coach and the quarterback couldn't see eye to eye. And so he traded away all that capital to then have all this dead money on the books. Like, you traded away a first-round pick to bring the coach in because the first coach didn't work.
I think Kevin just confirmed our worst fears.
Did you see it? I don't want to look.
I think I have more.
How could they screw this up so badly?
I have more faith in Zach Wilson at playing quarterback in the NFL than
you have. A matchup nightmare. A person that Sean Payton, as a coach, knows how effective a matchup nightmare at tight end can be.
Not even the Broncos ownership group looks happy. Like, all of them look so distraught. Ugh.
You have a matchup nightmare tight end on the board.
No, they're gonna let him. They're gonna let him go to like a division rival or something like that, where they're just gonna get murdered by tight end for another 20 years because Antonio Gates and Travis Kelce haven't been enough.
You mean like the greatness of Darren Waller?
Oh my god!
Vegas is on the clock after Denver. There goes Brock Bowers, and we get to watch him celebrate 9 touchdowns in your eye hole every season.
All right, band is still playing.
Roger is
Starting
talking.
to talk. Okay.
I don't have the sound on.
I'm behind
I'm
you.
reading lips.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm behind
Why
you
are
guys.
you happy? This guy on ESPN, you are a terrible fan. Golly. All right.
Well, the one thing that holds true on draft night when we do this and the Broncos have a first round pick,
I'm never happy.
None of us are. Like we seemingly would go in very different directions every year with this.
God, the feed they have of his house is like 30 seconds delayed.
At least.
Cripes. Maybe we'll be wrong.
No, we're not.
I don't think we're
not.
This isn't a very good podcast right now because we're all speechless.
Yes. So, well, the one thing that I can celebrate, I guess, is that, I've been saying a long time that we'd either see 4 quarterbacks taken or 6, and we just got to the 6th. And unless the Raiders drastically reach, I don't think we're seeing another quarterback selected this round.
No, but if you're drafting if you're in the back half of this draft, aren't you salivating about some of the skill position talent that's fallen to you, right?
Yes.
Like you were just salivating about
the top edge rusher is still out there.
The top 3, right? And any rotation, like to pick your flavor.
Top corners.
Top defensive backs, the top tight end.
There's still really good receiver
3
talent
offensive
out
linemen. Yeah, only 2 wide receivers have gone. There's
3 wide receivers are off the board.
Or 3, sorry, Dunze. That's right.
But
right.
Yeah.
Cuss words.
No.
Like
stop.
Just lots
Why
and
are
lots
they
of
celebrating? Why? Why are they celebrating?
Well, you know what? At least we have a franchise in Denver that go out and make the playoffs and win championships. We have 2 of them. That do it recently. So,
but the Broncos are starting to chase the Rockies for the most dismal Denver franchise.
Yeah, they have a long way to go to get there, but
not farther than you think.
The Raiders couldn't wait any longer to they went through and we got to do all the nonsense of watching the horror unfold here. But the Raiders didn't waste any time in getting their pick in.
Cuss words.
Yeah.
All right. How many weeks till Bo Nix is starting then? Let's play the game. Jarrett Stidham, Zach Wilson, Bo Nix. Do all three make week 1 roster?
I think we see all 3 of them start a game this year.
Yes. I think all 3. Yes, we will carry 3 quarterbacks.
And I think Ben DiNucci is the
odd man out.
Odd man out at that point. I think I'd rather see Ben DiNucci.
Great.
It just gets worse.
No. Well, there we can watch Brock Bowers 9 times in your eye hole in the end zone. The 2 times the Broncos get to see him every year. All right, here we go.
By the way, we're now at pick 14 and we haven't seen a defensive player taken.
No defensive players.
And wouldn't surprise me to see the Saints go offensive line here. like I think we very well may see Indianapolis be the first pick of a defensive player.
Okay, who has more touchdowns responsible for this year? Brock Bowers or Bo Nix?
Brock Bowers.
Yes.
Brock Bowers scores more touchdowns, or give a quarterback throwing a touchdown as the. What's your number?
8.
That feels good. That feels like a really good number. I was at 9, but I like 8's a good number.
Yeah.
I at first thought 9, and I was like, it is. It's still Vegas. Like they still don't really have any.
And they don't really have a quarterback, right?
Like,
I mean, Minshew
Devontae
Magic.
Adams is going to eat. Like they do have they have a really good skill position group, right? Like
And they just
really
added
good
to
skill
it.
position group. Like,
Right.
I just, oh my gracious.
Excuse me, gents. I need to do something real quick.
Make sure you're muted, because if you're screaming like I want to.
Oh,
Oh, what the French toast?
yes.
I need to stop doing this podcast when the Broncos have a first round pick, because it does just ruin my night.
Oh man.
Oh,
This
my
one,
gracious.
like it's one of those that we wait for. It's been 3 years since we've made a selection in the first round, and the organization goes and makes this pick.
Because they didn't want to draft Justin Fields in the first place.
Right. Like that's the sad thing. Had they gone with Justin Fields over Pat Surtain that many years ago, not saying that would have panned out much better, because they're, who in the world would have developed Justin Fields? But something tells me that you wouldn't have been continually chasing this position.
No.
Or you could have used,
That's what I needed to do.
Any of your previous first round selections that you've given up to in. Yeah.
Denver goes and drafts a quarterback. I draft this Carbach Paloma cocktail because it was what was left over in my fridge.
I didn't have a problem with him drafting quarterback. I had a problem with him drafting this quarterback.
Oh my goodness.
Because I really was hoping that Penix would be sitting here.
Did you guys just watch that Nationwide commercial with Peyton Manning?
Yeah.
No.
He was going through, basically giving a class on on how to go up to the commissioner, and this offensive lineman came up, and the dummy is made up of sandbags, and this offensive lineman comes up and bear hugs the sandbags, and they explode.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Oh, Peyton, the good old days. How I long for Peyton Manning. I don't care if he was throwing duck passes and 15 interceptions. I still believe that Peyton could win us a football game, regardless of how bad his arm was at the end of his career, because he was intelligent. Like, I just...
He could afford to be, a half step behind, everybody else, because his brain was 3 steps ahead of everybody else, right? Like, yeah. That dude was something else.
Yeah. What? Actually, there's the question. Who could throw more touchdown passes, this season? Peyton having been out of the league for 8 years now, or Bo Nix? I think I'm taking Peyton.
Oh man, that's just so brutal.
Oh man. Yeah. So, I mean, at this point, you've got
to see Brock Bowers. God dang it.
Right. Well, the Saints are on the clock. They've got their choice of best defensive player that they want.
Best defensive player.
Right. Not just, edge rush or whatever. They've got their choice of defensive player, because we have somehow gone through a draft where 13 picks in, there has not been a single defensive player taken?
So ESPN right now, best available,
Dallas Turner.
Dallas Turner.
Mm-hmm.
Best fit for New Orleans,
Byron Murphy.
Byron Murphy.
Which I could see that, right? Like they need help at defensive tackle. That defensive side of the ball is getting old. So you bring in some youth to kind of anchor around. They've also have a very big need at offensive line. And you've got some pretty good offensive linemen still out there. So it wouldn't surprise me to see them go that route, right? Like you have Amarius Mims, you have Talise Fagua, Tyler Guyton,
Troy Fontenot.
Yep, Troy Fontenot is out there as well. So you've got a lot of really, really good linemen still on the board.
Tyler Guyton listed still.
Right. Graham Barton also out there as well, right? Like
yep,
if you're looking to, and Graham Barton provides a lot of flexibility.
Good interior, right? Well, and he has played He has played all 5, hasn't he?
Right. Yeah, he played all 5 in college. So he adds a lot of versatility to a giant position need there. So I don't know. Let's see. The Saints, it says their pick is in.
The Saints pick is in.
And we'll see if they
defense.
I think they go offensive line here. I really think that they're going to go offensive line.
I think you find yourself in a position now where, right, your strategy, you need O-line help. But man, you've got your pick of the litter of defensive players. Like you think you have to. I just clocked this, but Booger's wearing the Broncos' new uniform.
Yeah, certainly.
God, what a terrible week it's been for Broncos fans.
That monstrosity of a jersey.
Terrible uniforms. And then to distract us from how terrible those uniforms are, we get a Zach Wilson trade.
Yeah.
The registration or de-enlistment for season tickets should be after the NFL draft.
I agree.
Not in the beginning of March, right after the Super Bowl. It should be after the draft. Like, prove to me that you deserve my money, because I'm telling you right now, nope, bye. Like,
looking to sell. If anybody needs,
I
tickets.
would let them expire. Here you go, have them. I don't want them. Like, and I get it's short-sighted for what it is, and things can turn around, but I'm not frustrated. Like, maybe I am just going to become a full-blown Lions fan. Like,
oh my goodness, Derek,
I'm still delayed,
my friend.
What?
I know, but you're onto something.
Offensive line. There we go. Talise Fagua.
Fuaga.
I love those softball jerseys that everyone's wearing. That's awesome.
He's in Oahu. Look at this party.
Dude, that is something.
That's awesome.
Oh, heck yeah, because it's like
2 o'clock in the afternoon there.
No, it's like 4:30.
Oh, no. They're like
they're not that far. It's 3 to 4 hours.
I think it's 4:30. Oh, get out of the way, kid. No, Mama's yelling at
kid.
What is wrong with you? I will beat your ass.
Okay, so it's 2 hours behind Pacific time. So it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon there.
4:30.
What's that? 4:30.
Almost 5 o'clock.
Almost 5. Dinner time.
This guy's a road grader. Like, I do like this pick. I do like this pick for the Saints. Like, this guy is a road grader. He can play right tackle. He could move inside to guard and be a pull guard if they needed him to be. This is absolutely going to help the New Orleans Saints right away.
Yes. Now, I think we finally see the streak end of offensive players here, because I think that the Colts all along were going to go defensive side of the ball. And I really think that they were looking cornerback here with Quinion Mitchell, but Dallas Turner still out there. Jared Verse still out there. Latu's still out there.
Yeah, I would be surprised if a cornerback went before a pass rusher, but the Colts need corner help, right? They do. They need corner help.
So, yes, and what you're saying is all correct. Dallas Turner's best available, but best fit, Quinyon Mitchell, according to ESPN.
Yep.
Now, the Seahawks, on the other hand.
Oh, the Seahawks. Yes.
I could see them taking a pass rusher here.
Yeah, the Seahawks, when it gets to them, right, I feel like they're either going to go with edge rusher or they're going to go defensive tackle. Because it wouldn't surprise me to see them take a Byron Murphy there at 16, or go with Dallas Turner, Jared Verse, or Latu, whichever one that they had graded higher, which one they thought would be a better fit for them. But I'm right there with you. I think that we're going to see defensive linemen picked here at pick 16, and very interested to see what the Colts do here at number 15.
I wonder what the prop and the odds were for which side of the ball would have more players taken before the draft started, right? Because we're going to need a hell of a run of defensive players here to equal the run of offensive players we've had to start this, right?
Yeah,
I don't see
based
it
off of
happening.
what everyone was thinking. I'd tell you that I would tell you that they probably selected defensive players to at least be 6 up, or offensive players to be 6 up.
You think so?
Right.
Like more?
So basically,
6 more?
yeah, 24 or 26 to, or whatever that breaks down to, right?
Would be of 32. So half of 32 is
16. So you're talking like 18 to 14 type of thing.
Yeah, 18 to 12.
Well, it'd be 20 to 12.
Wow. Can you tell how bad we are at math, boys? This is incredible.
If you're looking to get to the 6 number, by the way, it'd be 19 to 13. But
there it is.
Just throwing it out there.
It's good. It's the Good Old Boys Fantasy Football Podcast.
Not given a heads up that the Atlanta Falcons would be taking Michael Penix.
What was that one?
Kirk Cousins was not given a heads up that the Falcons were taking Michael Penix.
Oh,
I don't think the Falcons knew that they were taking Michael Penix.
No, because I don't think they really thought he might be there. But
looks like Aaron Rodgers is on the McAfee show talking to Bill Belichick.
I bet
Glad
Belichick
I'm not watching
on
that.
McAfee. I bet that's good TV.
I imagine
McAfee
it is,
Belichick.
actually.
These teams really do. They try
so from what I've heard is Belichick is actually like got out of coach speak and is like actually talking and is not in like Belichick mode.
Do you
Coach
follow
Belichick mode.
Julian Edelman on Instagram or TikTok?
I don't, but I've seen enough of his stuff.
Dude,
yeah.
You need to follow Julian Edelman. Like, he is hilarious. And the stories that he tells on Belichick is awesome. Like, I very, very much like to listen and watch to all the Julian Edelman posts because they just crack me up. Well, the Colts pick is in. We're almost halfway through the draft already.
What do you mean already? It's been on for 2 damn hours.
Dude, you were gone for an hour and a half of it.
I was gone for 45 minutes of it, which
It
was
doesn't feel
only
like 2
4
hours.
picks.
Right. Honestly, it doesn't feel like 2 hours though. Like,
I
felt like
missed
it was
5
going
picks,
by
sorry.
pretty quick until Denver.
Well,
like,
I mean,
and
it was
my life
the
has
dread.
just become painful here for the last little bit.
It was the dread of.
Just
More importantly, the Panthers are now up 3-0 on the Lightning.
good.
That's
Sick and tired of seeing
good.
Tampa Bay deep in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Me too. I think the only team I hate more, and we'll go on a little NHL tangent here while we're waiting for the Colts pick because we can.
Derek's not here to tell us otherwise.
Dang it,
he's
nice back.
Dad came back. We got caught.
What happened there? Don't make me go back and watch the live stream now.
We were gonna start talking hockey.
We're gonna do a little NHL playoff tangent while we're waiting on the Colts pick to
I was gonna say that the Nuggies are about to start here. That'd be
right.
I think they tip off here in about 10 minutes or so.
Yeah. These late games,
I'm gonna have one screen on the draft, and then I'm gonna throw another screen on the Nuggets game.
I gotta watch I got to watch the a Denver team that
Knows
Can
how
I
to
strives
win.
to
do
win.
something?
Yes.
And that's what the Avs are doing now. The Avs have, I think, still a goaltending problem as they've had for the past month. But I think
Year.
no.
Dude,
Georgie
he was terrible.
He was good.
He was,
he was
terrible against Seattle, dude. Don't tell me that. He was terrible against Seattle.
Good. The whole
Last year
team was
in the
bad
first
against
round.
Seattle. The whole team, but he was good this year. Right up until April.
It helps when
And
you
then it was
average
bad.
6 goals a game.
Okay, interesting pick by the Colts here. Derek, I'll wait for you to catch up before we comment. But interesting pick here by the Colts.
Okay.
Not where I thought they were going to go. I mean, yes, but no.
Not surprising, right? Like,
But it goes to what I said, right? Like, I cannot believe now Quentin Mitchell might have been the best fit,
mhm.
but I am not surprised that the first defensive player was an edge rusher and not a corner.
Right.
Yes, I think. How many times has the first defensive player? I don't want to ask that question because I don't want to find the answer. I don't want to have to go looking for the answer. But
What's the question?
how many times has the first defensive player been a corner versus an edge or a defensive end?
J.C. Horn in 2021. We know that.
Yes, we know that.
Champ Bailey in his draft class.
Desmond Howard in his draft class.
But the concept of, and you guys can speak to this too, because it used to be that you had defensive tackle, defensive end, and now there's this edge rusher, right? Because it's not quite a defensive end. Like this guy never has his hand in the dirt. Right?
It really became that kind of really started seemingly with Von Miller when the Broncos
right. Because
right?
Vaughn was a linebacker. Like Vaughn was a linebacker. But then they were like, but he's not a linebacker because he gets after the quarterback so well.
Right.
And then we start to see, you start to see the 5-2 kind of concept sneak its way into the NFL, right? Or not sneak its way in, but become more prevalent. Right? The 5-2 is it 2-5? 2-5? Whatever. But the 5 linebackers, if you will, 2 interior linemen.
Instead of the old either 4-3 or 3-4.
Right. And so like to have this edge rusher is relatively a new concept.
Yeah.
Because I think you would say that this guy was a linebacker in generations previous. Also, a guy like this in generations previous would have been a damn cheat code.
Yes.
Because O-linemen weren't what they are now. The point that we kind of made earlier with Reggie White, right? Like the O-linemen aren't what they are now, but that dude was still a dude.
Right. But no, I mean, this is one of those that, certainly makes sense that they're going that way. But very interesting to see the names that have kind of slid down the board to this point, right? Like, really would have thought that Dallas Turner would have been off the board long ago.
Okay. We did a mock, right? Our first mock that we did.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go grab it here. I'm going to stall till I can find it in my applications. Should have had it up to begin with, but that's okay.
You're trying the Stolly McStollerson route there, huh?
Doing a little stall.
Okay.
Talks amongst yourselves. All right, so mock 1.0, where we did not do any trades, which oddly enough is kind of how this draft is shaken out, right? We've only seen the one trade. It wasn't the team that I thought everybody was going to take. Looks like we had Dallas Turner going at 7. In mock 2.0, which is where we did have trades, we had Dallas Turner going 11. So, and that was to Arizona after they made a trade with Minnesota.
Right.
And then in y'all's, and I didn't complete my homework.
We noticed.
Dallas Turner was a top 10 pick, and
Your boy had a rough day on Tuesday.
Been there.
Yeah, Dallas Turner, top 10 pick for both of you as well.
right. But yeah, so it's kind of interesting to see kind of the slide going there with that one. It'll be very
Is
interesting.
Mitchell the next defensive player taken? Seattle take Mitchell here?
Maybe. I think Seattle is either going to go with Dallas Turner or Byron Murphy. I think that's where they go. I think they're going to go defensive line here. They do need some help at edge. They do need some help at defensive tackle. So would not surprise me to see them go either Dallas Turner, Jared Verse, or Byron Murphy. Those are kind of my three.
And this is still essentially your pick of the litter if you want to pick a defensive player, right? Like you have not had to pivot off of your defensive big board, save for one player.
Right. And, Latu was a guy that certainly had kind of gained a lot of steam the last week or so, but, early on in the draft process was one that, a lot of people would have been surprised to learn that he was the first defensive player taken in this draft.
All right. Now that we're kind of reaching this halfway point, right? Or getting there. This will be the halfway point with Seattle. Of the people remaining, of the teams and the players remaining, is there anyone? And we'll look at ESPN's top 10 still available, and this is not fair to do because Seattle's pick is in, but we don't know what it is yet. But out of these names, I'm going to call out these names. Do we think that all 10 of these guys hear their name called tonight? I'll say the name and you just say yes or no. Dallas Turner.
Yes.
Yes.
I agree. Quinyon Mitchell.
Yes.
Yes.
I agree. Terrion Arnold.
Yes.
Byron Murphy.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Troy Fountainu.
Yeah. I think we're going to see somebody take him at 29, 30, or 30, like 29 through 32. One of the last four picks, I think.
Okay. I think I agree with you, Derek. Kevin, if you shook your head, I didn't see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
I'll need you to be audible because I'm off of the.
Like if he's there at 30, I can see the Ravens jumping all over that one.
Sure. Jared Verse.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I think we see him go.
Graham Barton.
Yeah, again, I think we could potentially see him go, right? Wouldn't surprise me to see the Eagles take him or the Ravens take him, kind of depending upon how some of those things shake out.
Kevin and we were talking about his versatility, right? Like that's what makes him
definitely
attractive.
got some outlets. Yeah, he's got some outlets, right?
Yeah.
There's interior lineman needs.
Yeah.
Again, and I think Derek touched on them, right? Philly, Baltimore are the two that come to mind, but I mean, let's see here. Who else is? Honestly, the Lions might. Miami has some offensive line needs.
Cowboys,
Dallas, Green Bay.
Yeah.
You can never. I mean, everybody who has a football team needs help on the line, right? Like, or could use help on the line, right? Like, it's kind of one of those. Okay. So here's a couple names that I think we may not agree on. Cooper DeJean.
At this point, I'd say probably not.
I could see Detroit going there.
Potentially.
I could also see potentially Philadelphia, just because their secondary was so bad last year.
Yes. Oh, and exposed horrifically towards the back half of the year.
At this point, Philadelphia, the way things are going, Philadelphia might get their pick of the litter on cornerback.
That's true.
Yeah, they might absolutely get that.
But Derek, your initial reaction was also mine. I'm not seeing it. Chop Robinson.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we could see him. I think we could see him potentially go.
I think you see him go. Yeah, I mean, I think again, Tampa Bay. You could see Baltimore use someone like that. I think you could see. I think you could see Kansas City find. Oh no, excuse me, not Kansas City. Detroit again. Not necessarily that they need a pass rusher, but if they don't like their options, right? Like, and that's what it is. If you don't love your top option, go get someone who can get after the quarterback. Like more often than not, that will pay dividends.
Right. But it's interestingly enough, right? Like there's a good chance we still see Dallas Turner, Jared Verse go here before the top 20 is done. And and at that point, right, like Chop Robinson's probably your next best pass rusher available in this draft. And so it wouldn't surprise me with, realistically 10 picks left that we see one of these teams go out and get a guy that can go after the quarterback.
All right. Seattle is about to make their pick. Roger Goodell is walking up to the podium. We'll continue this exercise after we react to the Seahawks selection.
So far, I feel like there's been, we're about to see the 16th pick here, and we'll see what this one is.
Man.
Byron Murphy. Oh, sorry, Derek. I forgot you were delayed.
You're fine.
Derek called this.
Yeah,
Derek called this. He mocked it out. He called it like he saw all along. The Seahawks needed some help on the interior of their defensive line. Byron Murphy was largely regarded as the best defensive tackle in this class, and so Seattle went and got their guy.
Sorry, my reaction is, what's going on with Dallas Turner? Like, what is happening?
I mean, who knows?
That's what my reaction was too.
Could be any number of things there.
He's a one-year guy, though, right? Like NFL teams do get sketchy about lack of film. He was hidden behind Will Anderson. So he's a one-year guy. You never know how some of these interviews go, right? Like if he answered a question oddly or
poorly,
if teams found something
trade going down,
track weird.
Vikings again.
Vikings make a trade with Jacksonville to move up.
Vikings again. All right, Minnesota. I'm gonna go hunting for the compensation here. It just happened, so I'm not gonna have it. But
that same pick has been traded 3 different times now. That was Cleveland's pick originally. It got traded to Houston, then traded to Minnesota, and then traded to Jacksonville.
That is
and then back to Minnesota.
No, not back to Minnesota. The 23rd pick. Sorry, the 23rd pick that the Vikings gave up.
Yes,
4 different teams have held that 23rd pick.
Wow, that is something there.
That's remarkable. All right, so I don't have the compensation yet. We'll see it here in a second. It is the 23rd pick. Part of it, I imagine. Minnesota. Well, movers and shakers today, Minnesota. I'll give them credit.
Yeah, a little bit. This one here is a little bit surprising. I'm just trying to figure out which way that they would potentially like to try and go here. But
well, I think you go get your pass rusher at this point, right?
Look, I mean,
he's not going to stick around for forever. So if you like Dallas Turner, right? And the pick is in. So they had a guy. They knew what they were doing.
Right.
So you go get your pass rusher. They need one. Need to go look at their.
No, I mean.
He's making the announcement. So
offensive line, wide receiver, defensive line.
Right, like Troy Fantanu maybe on the offensive side of the line there. Dallas Turner or Jerzon Newton, if you're going D-line. Or did you jump up here to take Quinion Mitchell or Terry Arnold?
I didn't hear, and I don't know who he is. This is not Jacksonville. This is not Jacksonville, ESPN. ESPN had ready for the Jacksonville selection.
Dallas Turner.
That's Dallas Turner. That's Dallas Turner. He's tiny.
That's Dallas Turner.
How Alex says these edge rushers these days are, a lot of them are 6'2", 6'3", and 240-ish. Like that's kind of what.
Sorry, he looks skinnier. In the suit is very slimming on him. That's a good color on Dallas Turner, I'd say.
So Dallas Turner's slide ends here. You've got, and I like that for Minnesota, right? Like,
I think that's a great play. Minnesota's look. It's easy to say the team that picks the most is winning the draft, but they're savvy right now,
right? Like you go out there and you make a move to make sure that nobody else gets in front of you to take your guy, right? And you move up one spot, you let the draft fall to you, get all of that, right? Because this is one that a lot of folks, myself included, thought that we would see Minnesota jump all the way to 4 to try and go get JJ McCarthy. And instead they sit pat, they let the draft come to them, let the board fall to them. And we see them select him at number 10 to it. And then you go out and you get an edge rusher that can be a dynamic playmaker on the defensive side of the ball. So I really like what Minnesota's done here through this first round. And Alex, were you able to find the trade compensation there?
I'm still looking. Hold on.
I got you. Here we go. The Vikings get the 17th pick. Jacksonville got a bit of a haul for 6 picks there. But so the Vikings, 17th pick, the Jaguars get the 23rd pick, a 5th rounder this year, a 3rd and a 4th next year.
Okay.
All right, not bad. Not bad. Jags did well here. So is that I don't know if that's worth it. My puppy is yelling at me.
I was like, I don't know what that is, but that's some interesting noise.
That's my dog yelling at me. She's upset that I'm not paying attention to her.
So, well, we've got Cincinnati on the clock here. And I don't know that we're going to see the Bengals go anywhere other than.
Man, I did not have Minnesota being the most active team, like on my bingo card, in terms of, movement. All right. Do you guys want to go back and do the exercise still, or are you done
Sure.
with it? Okay. So now that Dallas Turner's off the board, where was I at? Okay. They've moved up. Jerjon Newton.
Yes.
So
wouldn't surprise me to see.
He's the best fit for the Bengals here.
I was going to say it wouldn't surprise me to see him go here. Cincinnati has a defensive tackle need. Many people had Jerjon Newton as the number 1 defensive tackle in this deal. I tended to lean a little bit more on the Brian Murphy side of things, but I think they're both really, really close.
Okay. Amarius Mims.
Yeah, I think we see him go here. He very well could go here as well at this pick, right? Like Cincinnati needs a little bit of O-line help, and Amarius Mims is certainly a guy that could provide that.
Winner, right?
And you still have Dallas, who needs O-line help.
Yeah.
Ravens, there's more internal than outside, but nevertheless, Tampa Bay needs offensive line help.
All right, I'm going to throw out. So these are all exterior players, if you will. And I think I'm going to throw out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 names. Not all 6 can be drafted, I think, at this point where we're at. So one of these 6 is not going to get picked tonight, but they are listed in the top 16 still available, and there's only 15 picks left, 14 picks left. And I just don't know that they fit needs that are out there. So Brian Thomas Jr., receiver out of LSU.
Yes. Bills are probably taking him. If he's there, I think he's going to Buffalo.
Kevin's.
I could get on board with that. I could get on board with that.
Nate Wiggins, corner out of Clemson.
I could see that one. He's probably the third or fourth best corner in this class, depending upon how you chalk that up.
Clearly behind DeJohn and Mitchell, right? Behind those two.
Right. I would actually put Cooper DeJohn as probably the fifth cornerback in this.
He's more of a safety.
Right.
When you think of Cooper DeJohn, like, you need to think he's slot, he's safety, like he's true defensive back. He's not corner.
Right. And I would have Quinion Mitchell and
sliding.
Yeah, I would have Quinion Mitchell, Terry and Arnold, and then take your choice on which, I see kind of option 3 is Wiggins. 3A, 3B type of thing between Wiggins and Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Okay, that's the next name. Is Kool-Aid McKinstry. Does he hear his name tonight?
I think we're going to see a run here on defensive side, and especially cornerbacks here.
All right, we're going to flip back over to the wide receiver side. Xavier Legette.
No.
A.D. Mitchell.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so too.
Interesting. Okay.
I wouldn't surprise me to... No.
Yes. Georgia's showing there a little bit, Kevin.
Kansas City.
They do need wide receiver help. One of theirs is in a bit of hot water at the moment.
And see, Kansas City is a team that I could see going cornerback, especially if there's any of those there. And Nate Wiggins is there, Kool-Aid McKinstry. I could see him smashing the yes button on that one and moving on.
All right, so we think that, realistically, we are the top 15 or 16 still available, and we've only got not even 14 picks left here. Somebody's getting left out.
Right.
Happens every year.
Right.
The slides are real.
And of the 13 that decided to attend the draft this year, have they all heard their names? Have we heard?
No, Quinion Mitchell is there.
Fontenot. So Mel's best available is Fontenot, DeJohn, Thomas, Worthy, and Barton. Worthy's up there. All right.
And see, that was one of the things too that I kept hearing come through on some of our videos and things like that when we're doing the player profiles and all that for draft prospects, and come through in the comments that all of these people were talking about that. Xavier Worthy, he really is needs to be up there. I'm like, he's a 5'11", 165 pound wide receiver. That's really fast. Right, if he's going to put on weight to do that, he's going to lose some of that speed, and he's a guy that I think because he set some blazing speed, kind of got bumped up in this conversation. But I think he was a day 2 wide receiver in my book all along.
All right, Goodell is at the podium. The Bengals pick is in. Last minute. What do we think? Oh, they've made the selection.
I'm still waiting. I've got the.
Don't worry.
Okay, there we go.
Kevin is pleased.
No one's cussing more than the Dallas Cowboys right now. This is a good pick for them.
Yes,
this is a good pick for him. He steps right into the right tackle position. They're not going to ask him to play left.
Protect your biggest asset, right?
Yep. He gave up. He gave up 1 sack in the last 2 years.
This says Georgia. 0 sacks allowed on 774 offensive snaps. So
that last year, right?
Was that just last year? Yeah.
No, 774 offensive snaps.
Right, yeah.
That's about a year. He gave up 1. I guess 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Road grader.
Yeah.
Kevin, give us your scouting report. You've seen this guy play a lot.
Seen him play a lot. Did the player breakdown on him, right? He's quick. He's deceptively quick for right tackle. He can do the movement, right? And you're doing long pulls, counters, that type of thing. He has a long frame. Gets a little bit off balance at times, so he'll not use his feet as much as he needs to. But he's a guy who can stand up next to just about anybody. Might be it might take a little weight room training to get used to some of the power rushes in the NFL, just because college doesn't quite have that.
Yeah.
So he's going to get picked on a lot his rookie year, right? You pick on the young guy, you see how he's doing. So he needs to work on his base just a little bit, but I mean, I think he's going to work really well in this Cincinnati offense. They're going to find ways to use him in the screen game, because he will run downfield and just attack the first guy he sees. So this is a good win for the Bengals here. They're going to like this guy.
Yeah, I agree. I think this was a really, really good pick.
Man, he's got the whole fam damn.
I know, dude. And he's just so, like, you can kind of tell it's like overwhelming for him, right? Like,
and he's a mountain compared to everybody.
Right.
Look at everybody else. Like, he is 3 times larger than everybody else in that frame. Cincinnati's got to be so happy with this. I mean,
Yes,
they have every right to be very pleased with this and being able to come away with a very strong right tackle.
Right. Yeah, this is a guy, too, that could develop into left tackle down the road, too. But I think you're right. I think he's able to step in day one, right tackle, anchor that side of the line. And yeah, you're not kidding. He is a mountain of a man. And so I think this is a good pick.
Hilarious. The last Rams first overall pick, or number 1 pick, first round pick, excuse me. The last Rams first round pick.
Jared Goff, number 1 overall.
Goff.
Hey, they were one of the, he was one of the 7 for the team that's drafted the most first overalls.
Crazy.
The last time they had a first round pick, Tom Brady had only won 4 of his 7 Super Bowls.
Patrick Mahomes was still in Texas Tech. That was great. You know, they were holding on to that one.
Right.
You're ready to unleash that one. All right. So, well, I tell you what, the Bengals depth chart, and I guess this is accurate, I'm assuming, they've got Orlando Brown and they've got Trent Brown. And I'm pretty sure if that's the Trent Brown that I'm thinking of, like, Mims is going to have to earn his way onto this roster. Like, it's a different person I'm thinking. Okay. He's a 7th round pick from 2015. So Mims is still going to have to work his way onto this roster, but
he ain't going to have to work nothing, man.
Not too terribly hard.
And this is one of those, too, that you allow your, right? Because Orlando Brown, Trent Brown, both of those guys getting a little bit longer in the tooth.
Yeah.
They still got some years ahead of that. But again, this allows you to build depth in a position in a group that oftentimes overlooked there. So
it needs depth.
Now, yeah. The
like
Rams,
I said, you can never have too many O linemen. Like, it's just not.
No, I mean, realistically, you've got to have 6 to 7 really good offensive linemen that you can just kind of rotate through.
And if you've got 8 or 9, you're in better shape.
Right. So the Rams pick is in. I'm feeling like they're going to lean towards the defensive side of the ball here. I can't imagine that the Rams thought in any way, shape, or form that Quinion Mitchell would be here. They've got a big need at cornerback. They've also got a big need at edge rusher. Jared Verse still out there.
Verse is listed as best fit. Mitchell is best available. I mean, I don't think you could go wrong here if you're the Rams with either of those two. Obviously, the defensive side of the ball is what they've got to address. But I don't think you can go wrong with Mitchell or Verse.
Right.
Like, I don't know.
Yeah, the offensive line still needs a little bit of attention there as well. This might be one of those that they're able to get a little bit of that offensive line help in the 2nd or even 3rd round here. But yeah, Quinion Mitchell is the guy that has been rated out the top cornerback in this draft.
Yeah, I think if you're going O-line here, you might be passing up on talent that you otherwise shouldn't be. Right? I think it was Mims, and then there was a bit of a gap between Guyton to Guyton next, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think O-line here, and I could very easily see the O-line kind of being done for the evening, right? Guyton would still hear his name called. You've
got 3 teams after this that have huge needs at
But I think
line.
you're reaching at this point.
Nah, if you're not reaching at this point, if you're going after Guyton or Troy Fontenot, I don't believe so.
There you go.
Jared Verse.
Rams
So
got to
we've-
be super happy with this.
Oh yes,
Being
like
able to
it-
get him
now.
at 19 like that. I don't know that they had a board where that was happening. They have to be super happy
There's
about
no
this.
way. There's
Right.
no
And
way
while-
that Jared Verse is falling to 19 anywhere.
Yeah. And while it doesn't necessarily fill the Aaron Donald hole, it allows them to get pressure on the quarterback in other ways. They're
It
just going to
helps.
look different without Aaron Donald playing right up the middle.
right.
They were kind of thin at defensive end too. So like they run a 3-4. Yeah, base
They
3-4.
did. I wouldn't be surprised if they change.
That's fair.
And interestingly enough, Kevin, when on our Tuesday show with our mock 3.0, you and I both had them taking defensive edge here, an edge rusher here. We thought that it would be Lato that was still around and going here, but Jared Verse, I think the Rams are incredibly happy by that, by him being able to still be around at this pick.
Good pick. It's a good pick.
Yeah.
It's man, I wonder how many people had this shaken out this way. They are hyped down there. They are hyped in Peoria right now. I wonder, man, how many simulations, that all these teams run their draft simulations and run, everything and their probabilities and everything. And I wonder how many times the Rams ran their simulations and thought, yeah, we're still going to have a chance at this guy.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. All righty. I got another trivia question here. We'll keep it Georgia based for you. The after coming out of school and going to the USFL, the first time around, not the new version of it, but the first USFL, in 1985, what round was Herschel Walker selected?
In the NFL draft?
Correct.
Okay.
In 1985, when was Herschel Walker selected?
This was still back when they had like 40 rounds.
Yes, it was.
It's not quite 40, but it was a lot.
I thought
It's
it was
more
like
than the 7 we
17.
have now.
Yeah,
I
it
thought
was
they
a
had
ton.
like 16 or 17.
There's so many. It was like what the MLB draft is now. I'll go in the 10th round for S's and G's.
All right.
14.
Both of you guys shot really high there. It was round 5, pick
Oh.
number 2 to the Dallas Cowboys.
Interesting. How many rounds? How many rounds was the 1985 draft?
I'd have to look it up.
I'm going to look that up here real quick.
All right. So
All right. Nuggets are on the board 3 minutes into the game finally.
They got a 2-0 lead. They're all right. All right, hold on. Let me see.
I want to sweep.
There were
There's been
12.
400 and
There were 12 rounds in the 1985 NFL draft. So Kevin, you technically picked an ineligible number.
yeah. Well,
Got an ineligible.
had we said that, I might have adjusted.
You needed to be more descript to the ref.
Listen,
More
I told you I like Dan Campbell. Like this just goes
You
hat
needed
in
to
hand, right?
more
I don't
descript.
signal well enough.
Hey,
Ref!
Rap. Tell you what, though, this lawnmower that they're advertising, though.
Yeah, I have some of those egos. They work really
Do
well.
you? Nice.
Mhm. I have the leaf blower and the edger, and I feel like I have something else too.
I have
The weed eater.
this is a Greenworks household because I got all 3 for like $200.
Mm.
This lawnmower, weed eater, and blower. To the owners of the Denver Broncos, thank you. I've purchased some equipment from your fine establishment, and you turned around and drafted Bo Nix, so I wish I could return it.
Listen, I don't know if I'm purchasing anything else.
That's how we hit him, right? Let's boycott. No, I'm not going to say that on this podcast.
No,
Walmart?
let's so the
Dude, I live off of a Walmart boycott. I'm not. I mean, I'm not afraid to say that. I live off of a Walmart boycott, and it's because I don't like how they treat small businesses.
That's fair.
They serve their purpose, and they're obviously in all these communities, and they are a value store, and people, not necessarily people who have to be on a budget, but people who are trying to be fiscally conservative. I understand the allure. I do. I just do. I personally do not shop at Walmart because I do not like the way that they handle small businesses. They will buy this concept and have them build up to all this overhead to supply these stores and everything else. But when Walmart's done, they flip the switch and they're done. So they've actually crippled just as many small businesses as they've helped, because when these places get caught with 10,000 units of overhead, they don't have the flow coming in to deal with that.
Oh, we get to see the Steelers graphic with a Broncos
Russell
jersey
Wilson,
on it.
with Russell in the Broncos
gosh,
jersey
look,
and Fields in the
identical.
Bears jersey.
They're identical.
Crazy. Last 2 seasons.
Yeah.
48 and 45 touchdowns, 7 yards per pass attempt. What was the last one?
26 turnovers apiece.
Hey, just think if in 2021 had we just made that selection, we could have saved ourselves a ton of draft capital for the same result. Anyway, Steelers pick is in. Which way do we think they're going? Because I think they're leaning offensive line here.
You would think wide receiver help they could use.
They could.
Wide receiver feels like a bit of a stretch at this point. Brian Thomas Jr. is your next highest one.
Right.
Who is that with Mr. Goodell on the stage? I don't have my sound on. Nor my captioning.
That is
Cam Hayward.
Thank you.
Isn't it?
Looks like him.
yes, I believe so.
So I feel like we're going to see an offensive line here pick, but
Troy.
could be mistaken.
Man of the year. That's who.
Yep.
Man, Sean Payton was on the Pat McAfee draft special. Pat McAfee draft special, pretty good. Seems like.
Well, yeah.
Not that I want to hear from Sean Payton right now. I can tell you what. I don't
No.
want to hear him justify that pick.
No, especially with that nonsense of leading up to the draft of we feel like we can do a better job of everybody else in this thing.
Uh-huh.
I feel like you took the chalky, easy pick that the fan base was. You took the position that the fan base was wanting instead of the. Yeah, that's something that would actually make the anyway. They're taking a long time to get to the selecting of this draft pick.
He's given his
Really
Man
are.
of the Year speech. Or
Yeah, good for him.
his
Go ahead,
message
Cam.
for Man of the Year.
Say your piece. Okay. We'll wait for Derek.
Dude, I've still got Cam Hayward talking.
How come I can get the rest of these correct, but I couldn't get the Broncos correct?
I don't know. Troy Fontenot.
All right. So now that's
Good
your
for
last O lineman for a while. I spoke earlier and said, there's a big drop off here to Guyton.
I still
There's-
think you're wrong.
Yeah, there's not
Barton?
that big a.
Yeah, Fontenot plays guard. They have it listed at tackle everywhere. He's a guard.
No, yeah, they have him listed as guard on here too.
That was a
Yes,
very
NFL.
recent update. They up
change.
until
NFL
today had
yeah,
that as a guard. As a tackle.
NFL.com still has him as a tackle.
Interesting. They've got him listed as guard here. And then Barton's your next lineman. If you want,
Interior,
Who
yeah.
can play guard? Yeah,
Interior.
he'll play guard or center.
right? Philadelphia is salivating, hoping that he can stick around, right?
Well,
Yeah,
Miami
possible,
also,
right? Miami
Yeah.
needs some help. Dallas needs some help. Philly needs some help. Like that run ain't over. Like
right,
dominated by offensive players. Holy smokes.
4
This has been crazy.
through 20 picks. We've seen 4 defensive players taken. Then that's it.
Crazy.
Yes.
It's like
Today's
in
NFL.
it's like the 20 draft, right? Where it was just LSU and basically just LSU and Alabama players going, right? Because that was the only tape that you had because there was no combine, no pro days, no all that stuff. And you just remember like how it was just like, oh, there goes another Alabama player. Oh, there goes another LSU player. Like,
Right. And at that point, we haven't really seen a team dominate the first round from a school standpoint, like we've seen it the last few years, right? Like we've seen that a couple of years in a row where we saw a lot of Georgia players, especially on the defensive side of the ball, go early in day one. So
right.
So it'll be
Oh, look
interesting.
at all the Finns fans. They're cold.
Right.
Everyone else in the country's like, yeah, short sleeves, whatever. Finns fans like, I need my parka.
Yeah. Yep.
Where's Coach Steve? I need to give him some hell about that.
Right. Exactly. So I don't know. Where do we think? Did the Dolphins go with a defensive tackle like Jerzon Newton? Do they go offensive line? You've got Graham Barton. You've got Tyler Guyton still available there. Do they take cornerback? Like, I'm really surprised with the way that this cornerback class was.
Mitchell
was
still
rating.
still around.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen a cornerback go in the top 20 picks with the way the kind of the NFL is shaping up these days. But Miami really doesn't have a need here for cornerback. So wouldn't surprise me to see them go a different route here and address either offensive line or defensive line.
So I think they're okay at tackle. Terran Armstead, Austin Jackson, who was their first round pick in 2020. Armstead, a little older, 32, but like, we've seen some of these tackles can still do it, at the advanced age of 32.
Right. So
interior, I think they're okay. There's nothing really to write home about interior wise, I guess. So yeah, if they're going to go tackle, maybe interior. So that puts a Barton in play, right?
Yep.
So put a Guyton in play. Guyton's an interior.
Guyton's a tackle. Guyton's deceptively athletic.
That's really loud. Sorry, I forgot to mute
myself.
Hey, we didn't hear it.
So
okay, good.
In fact, we wouldn't have even known had you not said something.
My apologies. It sounded even with these headphones on, it sounded loud. It's like really loud. I was like, oh, that's really disruptive.
So Barton is a candidate, right? Interior line. Let me look at their depth chart here on the defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise
Ramsey.
me.
Oh man, if you put Quinion Mitchell opposite Jalen Ramsey, like good luck, quarterbacks. Right? Maybe not year one, but like year two.
Well, it very well could be that because Jalen Ramsey's getting up there a little bit. Right?
You've
like
found your successor to that.
This is it's a guy that's certainly been a bit of an active player for a few different years and many teams at this point.
They could use, I mean, they could also probably upgrade at linebacker.
Yeah, but unless you're Detroit, you're not taking linebacker.
You're not going linebacker, yeah.
You'll be able to get really good linebacker help in day two.
I say that, edge rusher. They're also a 3-4 defense, so.
Right, like Chop Robinson could be in play here.
Yeah,
if you're going edge rush, right? Jerzon Newton, defensive tackle, if you're going that route, and I think Tyler Guyton and Graham Barton are your short list here for the guys. We'll see.
Man, if you're Mike McDaniel, you've got a chance to put a lockdown what is billed as a lockdown corner with a Quinyon Mitchell or a safety with DeJean. And you can have that on your defensive side with the offense that you have. And you've got a good offense, right? Like they had a good offense last year. Hell, they put 70 up on the Broncos. And I don't think that was necessarily a fluke. They needed to be tougher in the playoffs.
Right.
That was their downfall, was that game was in Kansas City and it was 5 degrees. Like that was the only thing that really ended their run. They needed home field.
Well, at that
they
point,
just needed it to not be played at 5 degrees in Kansas City. Like that was what they needed.
But I mean, how do you combat that? Right, you either get really good at running the ball and playing power football, or you get really good on the defensive side of the ball and slow down an offense, right? Because defense can travel,
right, or you hope to God that you're playing in Miami in January instead of Kansas City.
Right, which I don't see that the Dolphins are able to secure a 1 or 2 seed to make that happen.
All right, there we go.
Right, I see. I already saw it. So
you saw it.
I saw it.
Kevin, you've seen it.
I've seen it.
Chop Robinson out of Penn State. They go defense. The edge rusher.
So to answer that question of does Chop Robinson go? Yes.
He sure does. He sure does.
All right. And this gets even interesting here, right? Like this is one that if you're Philadelphia, which way do you go? Right? Because
do you go safety? Do you go corner?
Your secondary was really bad last year, right? You have your pick at whatever cornerback you want to take in this one, whether it's Quinyon Mitchell, whether it's Terrion Arnold, whether it's, I think I said this on the Tuesday show, Kool-Aid McKinstry coming into this last season was considered by many to be the best cornerback on Alabama last year until the emergence of Terrion Arnold. Like this is one of those that while he's kind of that second guy on that roster coming in the draft, like that's not a step down really. So you could go that route, or they do need help on the offensive line side of things, right? Like you just lost a massive part of that offensive line in Jason Kelsey retiring. Do you go Graham Barton, shore up some of that interior there and kind of go that route? Or do you even go, on the tackle side of things and go with like a guy like Tyler Guyton?
This was a team. I mean, they were just an epic collapse, right?
Right. Like we haven't seen that many.
And then they go 5-1 over their last 6 games and 1 and done in the playoffs. Like,
so I'm gonna change gears on you. I just read a meme that said Atlanta drafts like your fantasy football buddy. He's just on auto draft.
Shoot, I mean, last year,
best player available. Wow.
Yep.
I mean, that's amazing though. Going back to that Atlanta, right? Wide receiver, tight end, running back, quarterback, all with top 10 picks.
Yep. Interesting selection. All right. This one is the one. This is the wild card because there were so many holes, kind of unbecoming of a team that's picking this far down in the draft. They just signed A.J. Brown right before the draft started to a huge extension, right?
Right.
So wide out, they've shored up. They're good at quarterback, right? You just had all-world center retire, one that you didn't, you could kind of count on for being there the last decade plus. This is an interesting one. They're on the phone with whoever it is because there's Howie talking to whoever they just selected. The phone will go to owner Jeffrey Lurie here in just a second.
So here's one for you. Without the rookie wage pay scale, based off of how we could track it from 2005 to 2010 and how it escalated for the first overall pick being a quarterback, Caleb Williams' salary for 6 years without the rookie pay scale would be $296 million.
And every one of the
And we know who ruined that, right? You know who ruined that rookie pay scale?
Sam Bradford.
Wasn't really Sam. It was Jamarcus Russell. Jamarcus Russell really ruined that rookie.
So
that was the big reason.
So in 2005, Alex Smith, 6 years, $47.5 million. Oh, next pick's in. Sorry.
It is in, but I haven't. Oh, did you already see it?
Yes, I'm looking at it now.
Oh, okay. I have not. So if you,
I'm still waiting too. So
spoiling.
Oh man,
Kevin's searching on Twitter.
No. This is on. No. This is my live feed.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I just have that the pick is in.
Yeah, so do I, with a bunch of fans jumping around is what I see.
I have Jeffrey Lurie on the phone with whoever they picked, as I predicted.
Okay.
He's going to hang up, give it back to Howie.
Oh, I just now got to the phone conversation. That's how far behind I am.
I'll give you guys a minute. All right, so Alex Smith in 2005, $49.5 million. Mario Williams, number 1 pick in 2006, $54 million. Jamarcus Russell, $61 million. Jake Long, $57 million. Matt Stafford, $72 million. And then Sam Bradford, $78 million in 10.
And then that was when the new CBA kicked in, right?
Yep, CBA kicked in 11, rookie wage pay scale.
Right. But it certainly had done the escalation on that quite a bit.
Bradford had a good, Bradford was a good quarterback.
In college.
But he just couldn't stay healthy.
Or complete the forward pass in the pros. He's a great college quarterback. He was a great college quarterback.
He's
he did
fantastic
good things at Oklahoma. He did not do squat in the NFL. And he kept getting contracts.
He did. He was Kirk Cousins before Kirk Cousins.
Right.
No, Kirk Cousins at least won regular season games. Sam Bradford didn't win squat. And he got 3 separate contracts, it seemed like, where he got paid well.
I'm going to go look at Sam Bradford's stats real quick on Football Ref. Oh, God. Yeah, you're right. He was 34, 48, and 1 as a quarterback. 62.5% completion percentage. Not bad. 103 touchdowns, 61 picks.
Yep. So here was the drop off. Sam Bradford, 6 years, $78 million in 2010. Cam Newton was the top selection by the Carolina Panthers the following year. 4 years, $22 million. The CBA screwed Cam Newton out of probably $60 million.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, I'm still lagging here apparently as far as what the Eagles pick is, but
Roger podium for me.
Okay, I'm seeing that now.
They are doing the slow push from way far away.
Right. And Kevin's like, I've known about this thing for 10 years.
Forever.
Yeah, I don't know what the heck happened.
How are you that far ahead of us?
I don't know. How?
Are you on Jacksonville? How much time is on Jacksonville's clock?
2 minutes.
2 minutes left. Yeah. Holy smokes.
Wow,
their clock starts, right? Once the pick's in, their clock starts. That's why
but
you guys see it. It's
even on ESPN, it says the pick is in. Like ESPN.com hasn't even.
Right.
Hey, Jordan Mailata is making this pick from Australia.
This is stupid.
Oh, there we go. I finally see it.
There he is. All right. Okay. Well, this is what we thought. This is what we anticipated, and the Eagles. This was a need. This was definitely a need after the last back half of that season last year.
Yep. And let's get ready to watch the Jacksonville Jaguars take Terry and Arnold.
Yeah, right away.
That's what I'm thinking that happens here.
So Quinyon Mitchell out of Toledo goes to the Eagles, and I somehow still have 5 minutes left on the clock. Kevin is living in the future. Can you tell me what the lottery numbers are for tomorrow while you're at it?
Yeah, that'd be nice. Or just go buy some tickets. We'll make a little pool there, right?
Right.
Yeah, because I'm sitting here looking at this too, and it still says Jacksonville 5 minutes on the clock. So,
Man, Sam Bradford really fizzled out. His last 2 years in the league, 2017, 2018. He played 2 games in 2017, was 2-0. Actually, was playing really well. Must have gotten hurt. That's just what Sam Bradford did. And then goes to Arizona for his last year and plays in 3 games and goes 0-3. And I don't know that that ended with an injury. Derek, you might remember. I don't.
Not off the top of my head, I don't.
I don't know that ended in an injury, but if it did, it was a mercy. It was a mercy pull.
Although in 2018, I'm pretty sure that the Cardinals were then selecting Josh Rosen with the pick in 2019.
Yep, I don't think the Cardinals were very good, and certainly Sam Bradford only playing 3 games and losing all 3 of them contributed to that.
Oh, I just got the Jaguars pick is in. Well, while we wait for them to get there, I've got another trivia question for y'all.
Okay.
In the 21st century, so since 2000, how many first overall picks have not been quarterbacks?
Say the question again for me, please.
So it's basically since 2000, how many first overall picks have not been quarterbacks?
I'm going to say I'm like for sure less than half. So that's less than 12. But I think I'm like more than 8. So I'll split that difference and say 10.
All right. Kevin, your thoughts?
It feels like a cop out. 10.
You're wrong, by the way, but
Thank you. Am I wrong by? Well, I'll wait for Kevin to say, and then don't give us the answer because I'm going to ask a follow-up question.
Say it one more time. Since 2000, the first overall pick,
right? The first
was not a quarterback. Correct.
Correct. How many of them have there been?
5.
Close.
Really? So I'm wrong with my. I guess I'm right with my less than 12.
Your 10 was too high. Kevin's 5 is too low.
Split the
So was
difference.
I?
7.
So my more than 8.
Now you're too high, Kevin.
6.
Oh,
Okay.
Wow.
I was really close.
Yeah.
Wow. Only 6 non-quarterbacks?
Yep. You get bonus points if you can name them all.
Well, I know one was Long, right?
Yep. Kevin named another one when he was going through that list.
Hutchinson? No,
Nope.
he was 2. He was 2, wasn't he?
No, Mario Williams.
That's another one.
Yeah. Man, I can't even think. Can I get?
Bosa?
Oh, yeah.
Nope. Bosa was not it.
Was it
Can we
Chase
get?
Young?
I didn't hear that last one.
Chase Young?
He was number 2 overall.
Oh, dang it.
Can we get position?
Defensive end, defensive tackle, offensive tackle, and the other one I'm just going to go out and name is Courtney Brown.
Never in a
Fisher?
million years. Oh yeah, Fish.
Yep, Eric Fisher was the tackle. There's still a defensive end and a defensive tackle.
Wasn't Quentin Brown the guy who had the flag thrown and it went through his face mask and knew his eye, and then he
Like
shoved the
blinded him?
referee because
that
made his
that
eye
might have been
swell
it.
up.
Yeah, that might have been that one.
Once you
there.
said that name, that made a lot of sense.
The other two.
Hey, Jaguars. Oh, Jaguars have no friends in Buffalo right now. No friends in Buffalo.
Okay, I hadn't seen the pick, but I've got a good idea where it went. Okay,
They
I
got
can see that one.
no friends. Another toy for Trevor Lawrence.
Right. Well, but they also needed some help there as well, right? Like they needed
They
somebody
sure
that
did.
could get on the outside and potentially stretch the field there a little bit too.
So Brian Thomas Jr. out of LSU goes to the Jaguars.
Mm-hmm.
I'll pull up the Jaguars' old depth chart here. They could use some help at receiver. Gabe Davis, Zay Jones, Devin Duvernay, Tim Jones, and Seth Williams. Those are the receivers listed on the roster. Oh,
Christian Kirk.
Excuse me. Christian Kirk, Parker Washington, Elijah Cooks. They got 3 listed there as their 31
Where'd Ridley
personnel.
end up? I lost track of that.
Didn't he go to Tennessee with DeAndre Hopkins?
Sounds
No,
right.
that could be.
I think that's where he went. The answer to the trivia question, if I didn't say that, was
Please.
Myles Garrett and Jadeveon Clowney.
All
2
because
guys
of
that I
hit.
Yes, because of that hit in the Michigan game.
Right. Like
that was, and you know what preceded that, right?
A missed tackle.
No, it wasn't a missed tackle. It was a bullshit. It was a BS first down call, I think. There was some controversy right before that, where I think Michigan got a first down that they weren't supposed to have gotten. Like it looked like they were well short and they got a really favorable spot. And it was the most ball don't lie moment that I've ever seen in my life. Like it was incredible. And Jadeveon Clowney looked like he was just a man amongst boys on that play.
It's a highlight of all highlights, though, right?
It's so good. He pops the dude's helmet off, forces the fumble, and recovers the fumble.
right.
Like all in one motion, too. It was wild.
All right. So do the Cowboys here, did they take because it very, very much feels like a move for them to take offensive line here. Do they go with like a Graham Barton? Do they go with the Tyler Guyton?
I think they need tackle help more than interior help. So
Guyton's the next tackle.
He's next tackle. Barton's honestly, because of his versatility, Graham Barton's probably the right play here.
He is also
Barton's
listed as the best fit. And Arnold's listed as best available.
There's Jerry. Well, we're the 24th best team. That's why we're picking 24th overall. Did your local sports station just clown him for that?
We did not, but I definitely heard it. I heard about it.
That's just funny.
And it was great.
That's just funny. So,
and commercial. I think somehow I'm back on track. I think.
Yeah, I'm back to the commercial.
240 on the clock for Dallas.
Yeah,
Yep.
I got 240.
Right.
I don't know how you
were
like
living in the future there for a minute. That was crazy.
I don't know, right? If the stream just like glitched or I don't know, but
yeah, you had like the Marty McFly moment there.
That was wild.
Did. It was nuts.
Right?
It was completely nuts. Well,
so that'll be interesting to see which way we go here, because there's a ton of talent out here, and I like how some of these networks have started like drastically moving wide receivers up as the best available player at this point, and some of this, some of that. When honestly, some of these guys that they're calling for, I think are day 2 picks, but But no, it'll be interesting to see here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, does Dallas go with on the defensive side of the ball here, or do they go offense? Like, this is one of those that they've got a little bit of a wild card here.
So with having Terry and Arnold out there,
Mhm.
you could make a really strong play that you want Terry and Arnold to be paired up with Diggs.
Right.
Like, I don't know that I don't feel like that's far fetched. I feel like they need offensive line help more. Protect your investment, right? You struggled to run the ball last year, so you got to make sure you keep Dak upright. So that way him and CD can kind of do their thing together.
Right.
But a player in the secondary like Terry and Arnold would not surprise me.
Right. And if Brian Thomas Jr. was still there, how much of a move too would it have been for Dallas to go that route?
I mean, yeah, I don't feel like I think that could have worked because none of the guys who are left, I feel like, kind of fit what Dallas needs, right? They need a taller guy, maybe AD Mitchell. Like you could possibly put AD Mitchell on the outside, kind of a younger Brandon Cooks type player and have him learn. You could do that. It'd be a splashy Cowboys move, but they got to get back to basics here. Otherwise, they're going to age themselves out. And so I would strongly urge offensive line is what I would urge here.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I could potentially see them going some of these different routes, but it does very much feel like a Cowboys move to go offensive line. I really am kind of surprised that we saw, Dallas on the clock. Oh, that doesn't surprise me there. The Dallas apparently was on the clock long enough that they traded the pick to Detroit. And so we're seeing that one come through there. Because most of these other picks had come through pretty quick, 4 or 5 minutes still on the clock. Dallas letting that thing tick down. Deal was in the works. The Lions, who could go a lot of different routes here. Very interesting to see which route they might go with.
We'll work to see what compensation is here in just a second.
But at this point, you almost feel like Detroit's got to be going defensive side of the ball here, right? Where they could use somebody to pair off against or pair up with Aiden Hutchinson as far as an edge type of rusher go. They could use some help on the defensive tackle side of the ball. Jazon Newton certainly fits that bill. Cornerback and secondary help is something that's required there, right? Like this could be your spot where you see the Cooper DeJean come in and provide some of that there.
So I know the Cowboys get pick 73.
In my endeavor to try and find compensation, I happened to find out who this pick was. So
was I right? So was I right on any of those?
What did you say? I was trying to.
I said it wouldn't surprise me if they go edge or defensive tackle with Jazon Newton there, or they go with a cornerback, potentially safety help in a Cooper DeJean type of maneuver.
I will say you are right.
Okay, it was one of my 3 options I gave. Awesome.
You were correct.
You made the right call with one of your 3 options. I like that jersey. Did you guys see that jersey flash through?
Goody McGoffey. What was it?
Goody McGoffington.
Yeah. That's good stuff. All right. I'm still looking for the compensation. But I have seen who the Goody McCoffingtons have selected.
Are you watching a Lexus commercial, Alex?
No.
All right. I've got Terry and Arnold in the green room is what I'm seeing. And so far it looks like from what I can see,
Lions pick is in.
Yep. So far from what I can see, it looks like the Cowboys are trading back to pick 29. They get pick 29 and 73 from Detroit and give up the 24th and a 2025 7th. That's what I saw.
Say that one more time.
I saw that they got the number 29 pick and then the 73rd pick from Detroit and gave up the 24th and a 2025 7th. Now that's
not bad.
That's in the Twitterverse there, and I'm just not sure how accurate that one is, but I am seeing that was what was listed.
I haven't seen a tweet from Schefter yet. He usually is the one that I trust with the compensations.
Yeah, just don't trust his retirement announcements.
Don't trust anything other than anything else. Hey, quick check of the Denver Nuggets, one of the two non-disappointing teams. And okay, work to do here. Work to do.
I mean, the Lakers gave up a 20-point lead in the third, fourth quarter there last time around.
It's only 9. Yeah, there's
and the Nuggets
with 5.5 left in the second.
Right, and it's so funny watching they seemingly just kind of go, oh, it's the third quarter, let's go. They just kind of turn on the burners.
It's crazy how they can just flip it on like that. Are these the flag football kids?
That's what I'm guessing.
That's cool.
Is it?
I saw the NFL flag logo. Yeah, that's really cool. It's getting kids involved. Look.
Okay.
Are you going to let your kids play football?
Yeah, Corbin's playing.
All right, we're finally getting the selection here.
There it is.
I like that suit.
I like that suit too.
I like that pick. Yeah, I really like that.
All right. Go ahead and say it then, Derek.
Terry and Arnold, the cornerback out of Alabama. This is a guy that I really thought would have been the Quinion Mitchell certainly made a kind of a that push there at it. But that was when I was going through and initially ranking these guys. Terry and Arnold was the guy that I thought was the best cornerback in this draft. So the fact that you're able to at pick 24 go out and get the guy that can be a huge difference maker for your organization. I like that pick. So, well, we've got Green Bay now on the clock. Green Bay, this is the spot I feel like we see a guy like Tyler Guyton's name get called.
I could see that.
So I wish I could stay on Twitter more during the draft, but it ruins it. I did just send you guys one though that I need you to look at. You can't say it out loud because it's inappropriate, but it's in the private chat here on the stream. It's good stuff. It's the reason why I can't quit this stupid website.
Okay, I see what you did there. That's funny.
Oh, it's even worse because it's Atlanta's pick. And the guy's name that they took is remarkably close. All right. All right.
The Packers seemingly wasted no time making the selection. And so,
all right, so what do the Packers need? Tackle help, corner help,
interior line help. Like they need help on the offensive line side of things.
I don't know. A corner from Iowa is not a bad idea here for Green Bay. It could sell that.
Well, they need corner and safety help there too. So and Cooper DeJean kind of fits both of those.
Yep, he sure does.
I think I've kind of had Tyler Guyton selected here the whole time. Like that's kind of where I've kind of seen him going, But
you probably also had DeJean gone way. No. Oh, you haven't?
I have DeJean as a day 2 guy.
Okay. Right,
maybe sneaking into day 1, right? But I had him as the probably the 5th cornerback, first safety type of thing. right, let's see. I've got the slow pan coming in here.
There we go. We've got still Terry on Arnold's name.
Yeah, they're kind of
They're
slow
really milking
rolling.
Detroit's pick here. I mean, they should. It's in Detroit, right? They're milking
Right.
it.
Yeah, the person running the screen that they hired as local talent's like, nah, we're just gonna leave this up there. We're really happy about this pick.
I say it's Detroit. They're going to leave it up there to troll Green Bay for as long as they possibly can.
Also that.
I just saw where somebody quoted Jerry Jones saying they're all in after they traded back to an NFC contender. Have we even? We're still waiting for Goodell to make his way out here, aren't we?
Yeah. I know who it is, though.
You do, huh? All right.
I do. Any guesses?
Still hearing from Terry and Arnold. All right, so the Packers need tackle, corner. I think it's too much to reach for a corner, or excuse me, for a tackle, offensive tackle. I'm going Cooper. I'm going Cooper DeJean.
You're wrong.
That's where I'm going.
You're wrong.
I don't believe you.
Derek?
It's got to be tackle. And I would lean Tyler Guyton, but if it's not Guyton, it's the guy out of Arizona. He's kind of the next tackle available there. So I'm going to narrow it down to two. It's either Guyton or it's Morgan. That's his name.
Very well, sir.
I'm assuming I'm right with one of those two calls.
You are.
Okay.
Ugh, what a reach. Hey, Terry and Arnold, a man amongst the people.
Why not? Yuck it up, man.
Yeah, man. This is the last time they'll cheer for you like this.
Go buy my jersey. Go buy my jersey.
He doesn't even have a number yet.
Right.
Falcons quarterback Kirk Cousins frustrated by the team's selection of Michael Penix, ESPN announces.
The Atlanta Falcons tweeted out, last 2 at 8 have 8, and it's Drake London and Bijan Robinson. And somebody quote tweeted it and is like, then how are we picking at 8 for the third straight year? This website is going crazy after the Falcons pick. It is so good.
Cousins' agent told ESPN that the Falcons only notified the QB that they were picking Penix when the team was on the clock. The agent said that there's frustration and confusion coming from Cousins' camp because Atlanta did not use the first-round pick to make the team better in 24. Instead, the Falcons used their selection on Cousins' apparent successor before Cousins played a single down for the team.
But if I don't understand how if you're Kirk Cousins, you can be upset by that. They just gave you the bag.
Yeah, but if you're going there to win, and then you draft that, how does that help me win? Put a secondary receiver with Drake London.
Oh, but I finally saw the pick come in.
If you don't want a secondary receiver, take Brock Bowers and Kyle Pitts and load up at double tight end and let the fun happen. Do you know how fun that would be for Atlanta? Bijan,
Yes.
Drake London, Kyle Pitts, and Brock Bowers. Here we go. Kirk Cousins would have a field day with that.
Yes.
Oh, all right. Yeah, we kind of skipped over it, but Derek, good call.
Again, right? Like it's one of those that I really only said that name because I felt like it was tackle, and the way Kevin asked the question led me to believe it wasn't going to be Tyler Guyton. So I took the next guy there. But
Yeah, I had Morgan going a little bit late. Did I do that in my 3.0 or is that the 2.0?
yes, you had Morgan in the 3.0.
Just going later, right? So
Yeah.
I had him down late 20s. I mean, there's still the option of Guyton to the Cowboys.
Right.
Possibly Guyton to the Bucks.
There's still the option of
Guyton to the Niners. Kansas City needs some O-line help there too. Like there's still
there's
plenty
still the
of,
option of Barton to the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
the Ravens also have.
I think the Chiefs are going wide out. Like Sky Moore has not done diddly squats. Obviously, the Rashee Rice thing, expecting him to miss, I'm assuming 6 to 8 games, if not more, because of his off-field incident.
If not more.
I don't know, man. I would be intrigued. I feel like this part of the draft is what now they're just dragging this out to hit TV time.
Yeah, well, they are because we didn't have a commercial the first 45 minutes.
Yeah, like they're pushing this through to drag into the TV time and be done at 10 o'clock.
Well, except for 10 o'clock there is 11 o'clock here, and you're pushing midnight on the East Coast. Which Detroit is in the Eastern time zone.
They don't care. They don't care. They're the NFL. All right, Nuggets are within 6. 41 seconds left. Much better job in the second quarter. After giving up 33 in the first, they've only given up 18 through 11 minutes and 20 seconds in the second quarter. So turned it up defensively. That's good to see. And heck, if they can come back from 20, they can definitely come back from 6. Although I am extremely happy that the Avs weren't playing tonight.
Yeah, that was that is good.
That was tough on Tuesday's show. Like I came up, like it was 1-0 when I came up. By the time I got my computer turned on, it was 1-1. Derek jumped on. We were talking to him. They were down 2-1. We start the show. I look back and it's 3-2. I'm like, what in the hell? Like, I'm missing some good hockey here. So
yeah, rough part was I couldn't even enjoy that on Tuesday. It wasn't even.
Derek and I were joking around. I was like, Alex got playoff fever. He can't make the show tonight.
I wish it was playoff fever. I wish it was playoff fever. That would have been a little easier to shake. All right. So now that we're finally in commercials here, you have Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Well, Derek had Cooper DeJean going here with the Bucs still at 26. Yeah. You had Chop Robinson. So I will allow you to adjust your mock draft 3.0. Mock draft 2.0 had the Bucs taking Darius Robinson, and you made this pick, Kevin. D-end. And mock draft 1.0 had the Bucs taking Latu here, which we can't do. Derek, you made that pick. So, Kevin, I'll allow your repick here if you want of the Chop Robinson, but you also had Darius Robinson in mock draft 2.0. You think they still do that?
I could see that. I mean, I feel like they still need pass rush help, right? Or linebacking help in general.
Yeah.
I don't know. It would be, yeah. I think Guyton wouldn't surprise me necessarily. Robinson wouldn't surprise me still. Hell, maybe see Kool-Aid step in here.
Wouldn't surprise me to see them go on the offensive line side of things. I know that I went the Cooper DeJean deal.
Mm-hmm.
But again, like that was in that mock had several other cornerbacks already off the board ahead of him.
They got Nate Wiggins, cornerback
Right.
out of Clemson.
And Kool-Aid McKinstry. I think those two are definite deals, but I could see them go on offensive line too. I think they probably look at the corner and go a different route there, but
Well, the pick is in, and I think Dallas is going to regret making that trade.
Ooh.
I think Dallas is going to regret making that trade.
I think it pins them into Kool-Aid or Wiggins is what this is doing for Dallas.
or Guyton. If Guyton was their guy all along, then
That's
yeah,
fair.
it's a brilliant move. But because I don't think Arizona's, I don't think is taking offensive line here, and the fact that they went out and got their guy,
Got a wide out.
they already got their wide out.
They need corner, so they're DeJean, Wiggins, or McKinstry. Corner's their next listed lead.
Sick if they added a Donnie Mitchell.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
man.
80 Mitchell and Marvin Harrison.
Marvin Harrison Jr. Holy smokes! With Kyler,
like that'd be fun, right?
Mhm.
Like it makes them entertaining.
You know what that makes them is pretty dang fantasy relevant, right? Like
Right.
that makes that offense all of a sudden I want a piece.
Oh, with McBride?
Yeah. That makes that offense I want a piece. I want a piece of that offense, right? Like that's what that does.
I like this Barton pick for them.
yeah, I do too.
It covers up a couple different holes. Again, flexibility, being able to play guard, center's more of his natural position, but he can absolutely step into guard. He's a little short armed, but that's why you have him on the interior. He's a little more protected from there. But
we are moving now. The Cardinals pick is in.
And I feel like it's either.
Yeah, let's move.
Yeah, I feel like it's either cornerback or
it's corner or man. If they go,
they might go edge here, but I don't know.
I'm going to say Nate Wiggins.
Yeah.
Oh,
So Kevin,
that's who is in that suit.
Darius Robinson goes just a pick later. In mock 2.0. Is that you had him? You had Darius Robinson? Yeah, just a pick later. We thought that Buffalo would trade there and go get Brian Thomas. That's not going to happen.
It wouldn't surprise me to see Buffalo trade out of this pick.
I think they need receiver too bad. I think they can't help themselves.
In mock 1.0, correctly picking Darius Robinson here.
Yeah. I mean, if the Bills were smart, I think they would go after A.D. Mitchell. But I really thought
too, Derek.
But I really think that the Bills were hoping that Brian Thomas Jr. would still be around here, and the fact that he's not, I could see him moving out of this if they don't select Mitchell.
So Leggett also available, and McConkey. Those are the three wideouts that are still in your top. Xavier Worthy as well. I think we're starting to stretch a little bit if we go to like a Ricky Pearsall, but
Pearsall's it.
But when you're going to say that, because he played in Florida.
No, just in general.
But yeah, I think we're stretching when we get down to that. But like top wide receivers still available according to ESPN. Xavier Leggett, 80 Mitchell, and Ladd McConkey is going to be next in line.
I think you'll see Xavier Leggett get his name called very early tomorrow. Pick 33. Call that shot now.
Ooh, Pats, huh? Oh, no, that's not the Pats. That's Carolina. The Pats picked 34.
Panthers. Yeah.
Panthers could use some whiteout help.
Yes, they could.
Panthers could use a lot of things.
Yes.
Maybe even a new quarterback.
New owner.
Tepper, the meddlesome owner. Meddlesome.
When he's not throwing drinks at fans, he's meddling in the draft.
Hey, it's all good. Mess around and find out.
Right? Huh. All right.
That red kind of clashes with his suit.
A little bit.
He's gonna have to figure that out when he gets on the plane to Phoenix tonight.
He wore that because he thought he was going to Baltimore.
I could have seen that one.
All right, so we still have this run of corners. Okay. The next 4 available, the next 4 best, according to ESPN, are Jerjon Newton, Nate Wiggins, and Kool-Aid McKinstry. Best fit for Buffalo, according to ESPN, is Leggett.
I could see why they're saying Leggett's the best fit.
Well, and we saw like 80
trade. There's a trade.
We have a trade. The Chefs is on the clock, my friends.
Stop it. Buffalo traded with Kansas City?
Oh my.
There is no way I would make this deal if I'm Buffalo. Not a snowball's chance I would make this deal and let Kansas City come up and take my pick.
And take your wide out. Maybe they didn't like Leggett or
I really think that they thought that you would see.
And you said, Derek, Buffalo would trade out here.
Like I really thought that Brian Thomas would be here, and since he's not, they're more than willing to move on there, right? Like
people in Buffalo are going crazy right now. Like they're breaking tables for the wrong reason.
Notorious for being understanding of what Buffalo management is doing. And they're just New Yorkers, right? Like,
oh my gosh. All right. So I'm saying.
So what did the Chiefs need? Chiefs are tackle help, receiver help,
cornerback help. They just let Javarius
defensive tackle help. Yeah. Corner help.
And I could see them trading up to either go get an AD Mitchell, right? Because he may not have been there at a couple of picks, or going up and getting Nate Wiggins or Kool-Aid McKinstry.
They like Jerjon Newton.
Yeah.
Man, this is interesting. So clearly Buffalo wasn't thrilled with Leggett or Mitchell, or they felt like they're still going to be around in 4 picks.
Mitchell. If they're trading up, I think that's who they're getting.
Yeah.
You think they're going to go get Mitchell, the Chiefs?
Yep.
Which is interesting because I had AD Mitchell kind of going. Yeah. I had AD Mitchell kind of going here at pick 28 in a lot of different mocks that I've done. And so just didn't see the Chiefs trading up.
Buffalo traded with Kansas City. I have we found the compensation on that?
I've been looking. I haven't found it yet.
I have not.
There we go. Field Yates looks like he posted it just a couple minutes ago. Bills trade pick 28, 133, 248 to get 32, 95, and 221.
And I've seen who the pick is, I believe. It's not a trusted source, but it is a source nonetheless.
Huh.
Come on.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what they do here, because if the Chiefs go with anybody other than AD Mitchell or one of those 2 cornerbacks, I won't feel so bad about the Broncos having blown their first round pick. because the Chiefs will have done it too.
Yeah, except the Chiefs just won a Super Bowl, so
two of them in a row.
No one
Yeah,
will forgive them.
Yeah. And it's a little bit different when you're picking in the last like 4 picks of the draft than when you're picking in the top 12 seemingly every year, or trading away your top 12.
The funny thing about AD Mitchell is one of the knocks on him is he lacks concentration at times, and the Chiefs leading the league in drops.
You're on the wrong guy.
It's another Texas wide receiver, huh? Did they really go out and select and pick Xavier Worthy, you're saying? Oh my. Well, there's that.
Okay.
I mean, at that point, you're just trying to stretch the field again, I guess, and try and get things off of Travis Kelce underneath.
Well, what that makes me think is that they think the Rashee Rice thing is going to be a little more serious than just a 6-year game.
Two different play sets.
I mean, at that point, Xavier Worthy's a track guy, right? Like you stick him out there on the outside and you let him run, and now you've got Marquise Brown to do similar things there as well. So, yeah, seemingly it looks like you're almost trying to do what the Dolphins are doing, where you're adding all of the speed, especially on the outside, to try and stretch things a little bit. Because if you pick 2 speedsters to stick out there, you may have a harder time trying to play the shell game that so many teams have done to try and solve the Chiefs lately. But again, I think there's probably
more
3 or
people
4
coming out to give first-round picks. This stuff is meant for day 2 and day 3. Like it is. Like, quit bringing.
I agree with you.
Into the first round like that. This crap is meant for day 2 and day 3.
That's what makes day 2 and day 3 watchable.
Like the
right?
fact that we have now had 4 picks delivered by someone not named Roger Goodell is horse crap.
I mean, I can see the Cam Hayward one, right? Like offense, or Peyton Man or Walter Payton Man of the Year thing. Like, okay, kind of a cool honor, NFL's highest honor. Okay, you let him do one, but the rest of them, whatever. Like, just
again, day 2. It's a day 2 thing. Like, these poor folks are already.
That guy doesn't even look happy to be there.
I don't know what their story is, because again, I don't have the sound on. But did you guys say camp compensation already?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, basically they did some pick swapping where it looks like Buffalo gained about 40 picks in the day and what would be day 3 or day 2.
Yeah. I don't think that's the right Texas receiver. He's fast, though. Fastest dude in combine history. Yep. How did that work out for the last dude who was fastest in combine history?
I mean, John Ross was selected 9th overall. Worked out pretty well for him with that with the money he got there. But
for the team that drafted him, I'm sorry. I should have rephrased that question.
Oh, there's a reason that they then went out and drafted T. Higgins after him and Jamar Chase after him. And
yeah.
Was Tyler Boyd selected after John Ross too? I'm trying to remember what year he was selected in.
Probably. Let's see. John Ross was taken in the 2020.
John Ross was 2017.
2017 draft. Tyler Boyd.
Oh, Tyler Boyd was in the 2016 draft. So.
Oh, just before.
I do love all of the notifications I'm seeing that are blowing up my phone, talking about how Kirk Cousins' camp is frustrated by this, and it's like, I could have stayed in Minnesota and been the guy.
Kirk is like, darn it.
I don't know why he thought Atlanta was a better choice than Minnesota.
Right?
Because they tampered with him and thought that
I mean, good
Okay.
for him. If
The
you're a wide
Cowboys
receiver,
have
you
their
wouldn't just
pick
love to be
in.
drafted.
What do we think about the Cowboys selection here?
Feel like it's Tyler Guyton.
Or Wiggins or Kool-Aid, right? I think it's one of those three.
Wiggins,
So
Kool-Aid, or
defensive back-
Guyton?
Yeah, so defensive back or tackle. They probably need tackle a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm putting my chips in on Tyler Guyton. Which then leads some interesting things to what the Ravens do here at 30, because the guys that I think they thought would still be here are not going to be here, right? So like, do they take like a was it Jackson Johnson Powers or Jackson Powers Johnson on the interior line side of things? Do they go on the quarterback side of things?
Line help big time, but
they also need some cornerback help, and quite frankly, you've got both Nate Wiggins and Kool-Aid McKinstry to have fallen here.
The selection is
Baltimore
in.
does like Alabama players.
They sure do. The pick is in, and we're waiting to see the Cowboys select. And I just saw it selected.
Yep. It's a good pick. Tyler Guyton.
Right.
Tackle out of Oklahoma. Doesn't have to go too far down the road for his professional home. Doesn't have to go too far up the road from his apparent home. He's in Austin. So it's just a quick little jaunt up I-35 into Dallas there.
His dad's in a 49er faithful.
Gonna have to change that. Gonna have to get rid of that one.
Oh my gosh. Why would you wear that? Why would you wear that?
Maybe you thought
fans. Look, fandom doesn't just die because your kid's gonna go make millions of dollars with the team.
The hell it doesn't.
You know what? Maybe he really thought that 31 was where he'd see Tyler's name called. Baltimore wasted no time on this one. Pick is in. They're like, we know our guy. Let's just go. We're gonna hurry up and we're gonna take our cornerback here.
Did you 2 hours ago, Adam Schefter tweeted out, I don't even know if I want to revisit this. All right, we're going to go there. Broncos center Alex Forsyth, who played with Knicks at Oregon before Denver drafted him in the 7th round last year, raved to Denver's coaches about his former college quarterback. Forsyth told the Broncos coaches that Knicks is smart, knows every protection, handles it all at the line of scrimmage, and had the universal respect of the entire team.
Man, I hope that you've done that when you played 1 million games in college. I hope that you figured it out by then.
How much money is Schefter getting paid right now by Sean Payton to try and sell this damn pick?
But no, that's the one that cracks me up. It's you're gonna go out there and be like, oh, he knows all the stuff. I should hope so. He's had on the job training forever.
Forever.
And
as Kevin is quick to point out, hasn't ever beat a team that's better than him.
Right. And
just one. His very first game.
Yep.
Just one.
And quite frankly, like if he was really that good, right? Like we would have seen his name and the NFL calling and trying to bring him in earlier than him playing college ball for the 7 years or whatever it was.
I love that you can see. Oh, I love that you can see all those names written on the whiteboard. Like it totally. Oh, I wish I could rewind.
All right, let's see what Baltimore does here. Again, another reason why this stupid website, the Twitter X or whatever you're calling it, I just sent it to you guys. Why it will never die, because funny stuff like that. Baltimore on the clock. Pick is in. Excuse me. I haven't been pleased since about 9 o'clock Central when the Broncos made their pick.
Well, it's.
Oh, there's your whiteboard shot again.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
All right, so I took a picture of it on my phone. One of them is local pro day prospects.
The other one's around 1 through 7.
Yeah, crazy. I can't see what that handwriting is.
All right, so thoughts here for the Ravens?
On who they're picking, or
Yeah.
I feel it's cornerback, right? Like I really thought they would go offensive line here, but the fact that you really don't have any tackles still available, the fact that the interior guy is not really there, and the cornerbacks have fallen. Give me Kool-Aid or Nate
It's
Wiggins.
a corner. Did you see it?
I've got it now. It just came up.
Nate Wiggins. Relieved. Like,
Whoa there, mama.
yeah. So, shirt was working overtime there. I
like it.
It fills a need. It fills a need for Baltimore. And so that's all you can ask for, is that you address needs.
And Kool-Aid McKinstry, I think, is the guy we see his name called right here to the Niners. The fact that he's fallen here, I think that's the way where they're gonna rock and roll. What's a
full clock for San Francisco?
I was gonna say, we're at the point here where like it should be
pretty much a slam and go.
So that makes me think that San Fran is trying to work their way out of this, or I think they're going to take their clock here. I saw something earlier today that said San Francisco was looking, I think it was a Diana Rossini tweet, that San Francisco is willing to make some moves to move up. Clearly that hasn't happened.
Right.
And to the point where she said like both Debo and Ayuk were on the table.
Right.
Clearly that has not happened. But this will be
if you're Buffalo, like
we'll take a Debo or an Ayuk, right?
Yeah, like if we just give you 32, like will you give us Ayuk?
Right.
Will that work?
Can we do something like that? Please and thank you.
All right. If you're San Francisco, is Ayuk worth a 32?
I think he's worth probably more than that.
Is he?
Yeah.
With this current contract, is he worth a 32?
I mean, that's where right. I mean, and that's the argument. But
let me see what his
again,
contract is.
known commodity versus unknown at the bottom end of the first round. Like,
Right. And not only is he a known, he's a known that can be the alpha on a team. He can be your big body X type of wide receiver.
oh yeah, he slaughters man coverage. Slaughters man coverage.
Right. And so, like, there's a lot to be said about that. Everybody else that you'd be drafting here, like, you're drafting some development there versus a guy that's already pretty polished. Not only polished, but also proven in this league.
So his contract, he's still, that can't be correct.
What, he was a first rounder in 2021 or 2022?
So 2020 was his first year. It says he's still on his rookie contract. Oh, no, that is correct. Yeah, his 5th-year option. It says he signed a 4-year contract with the 49ers. And this year he's a base salary of 14.124 with the same cap hit. So 14.124 as a known commodity, and it doesn't look like he's got more term than that. Oh, this website's really confusing.
Now the pick is finally in. We'll see what this turns out to be.
So this is his contract year, Alex.
Yeah. So, and the number 32 overall pick is going to make around 12 million. So he's worth 14. The number 32 pick is around 12. Obviously, terms are different, right? He is in his 5th. This is his 5th-year option that San Francisco picked up for Ayuk. I mean, it's basically money-wise, it's $2 million difference. Years-wise, it's 1 versus potentially 5.
Right. Let's see here. The Miners pick is in. Which way are they going?
If they pick White out here, then you know there's something up.
Yeah, but I think they're going defensive side of the ball.
Yeah. Do we see a Cooper DeJohn go here? Does John Lynch like an Iowa corner safety?
Although the funny thing is, I'm pretty sure Kyle Shanahan has all final to say, even though John Lynch is the GM. I'm pretty sure Kyle Shanahan has all final decisions on football player personnel moves.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. I did not see this guy as a first round pick. I know
So
he got a lot of buzz coming out of the Senior Bowl, right? Like a lot of buzz, but holy smokes. I thought
Derek,
for
have you
sure he
seen
was just
yet?
a day 2 guy.
Yeah, I saw it.
All right, Ricky
Very
Pearsall
surprised.
out of Florida by way of Arizona State, it looks like. Interesting. So now they've got an Ayuk, a Debo, still Christian McCaffrey. What is Buffalo? I mean, Buffalo's got to be okay with this. Xavier Worthy's still on the board.
No, he's not. Xavier Worthy was
not Xavier. Sorry, A.D. Mitchell. A.D. Mitchell's still on the board.
right.
Leggett is still on the board. Sorry, I had the wrong Xavier. Leggett is still on the board.
Right. And this
And
move,
there's a trade. And there's a trade with Buffalo. Buffalo is trading this pick to Carolina.
If it's Carolina coming up, they're coming up to get Xavier Leggett.
It is Carolina coming up.
That's where I see that going. And then Buffalo probably trades back to day 2 and goes and gets A.D. Mitchell would be my guess. So what? How many trades have we seen in this one? Was there 3 or 4?
Well, Vikings traded twice. So let me go back to my draft cast here.
That might have been 5 that were traded.
All right, so Vikings and Jets is 1. Vikings again move up to 17. That's 2. Jaguars traded. That's the 23rd. That was 2. Lions moved up to 24. That's 3.
Mm-hmm.
Arizona at 27. That's from Houston. So
that was already part
that
of
was
last
already
year.
a thing. Yeah. Chiefs move up to 28.
Is that 4?
5 with Carolina moving into 32 here.
Okay. I mean, not a ton of like real splashy draft day trades like we might have expected, but
I thought
5
number
is
4 was going to move.
5 is
It's pretty good.
Pretty good movement there. And it was kind of a quiet 5, right? Like
it was really just one team that was like making a ton of noise. Panthers get 32nd overall and a 6th round pick this year. Buffalo will get pick 33 and a 5th round pick this year. So
okay, so you move back a pick to move up around.
What you lose though is the year, right?
Yeah, but if you're going and you're going to be drafting a wide receiver anyway, what's the likelihood that you're really going to get them through 5 years and
right.
a franchise tag on top of that, right? Like you're not really going to get 6 years because for receivers anymore, it seems like they get through 3 years and you've got to sign them or, you get kind of all the stuff going on there.
The drama.
Yes. So, but yeah, the Panthers move it up here. Again, would not surprise me that we see Xavier Leggett as the pick here, and then we see A.D. Mitchell taken first off the board tomorrow. Kevin, what are your thoughts here? Which way do you think they're going?
I could see him go Xavier Leggett. Obviously, hometown kid playing for the Gamecocks. I still think Ladd McConkey's in play. I mean, especially if Parasol's going the pick before that. I still think Ladd McConkey's in play. I think Leggett makes more sense based off the fact that Carolina probably just needs a true big on the outside. But I think I'd be shocked if this was anything but wide receiver.
Yes.
But notwithstanding, back end of the draft has been slightly interesting. So, my feed's glitching.
Well, Roger's walking.
Little Roger 2-step.
All right. And there it is.
I'm still waiting to see it come through. Just waiting on a Roger. Hey, there we go.
He's already talking.
All right.
Kevin correctly predicts.
Yeah, the hometown kid, right? Xavier Leggett out of South Carolina, going right up the road to play in Charlotte. Caps an interesting last 5-6 picks in the first round, right? Between teams trading back and a couple shifting around to get up, obviously. But this is good. This fits the need, how they need a wide receiver in Carolina, right? Regardless of how you feel about, A.D. Mitchell or McConkey or anything else. He just fits what Carolina needs. Again, it buys into the fan base a little bit because you do need that too. And a lot of these GMs won't say that outright, but they need a guy that people
you're
can
selling
get
a
excited
product.
about. Yeah, and they know this is something familiar to them, right? So they know who this is. So we'll see how it shakes out. I mean, Bryce Young's got to stay upright and he's got to be able to make a decision and let go of the ball. So see how it plays out. But nevertheless, that's round one in the books, guys.
Yeah. And with that being said, only 9 defensive players taken in the first round.
Wow. That's
wild.
It's crazy.
Yes. Some teams that were sitting there at, day 2 have got to be licking their chops there a little bit about what's potentially falling to them early in round 2.
Yeah.
So
All right. Biggest surprise and your main takeaway.
So the biggest surprise to me was still Penix.
Yeah.
Like I'm very much in the camp of a lot of people going, what in the hell? Biggest disappointment was the Broncos taking Bo Nix.
Yep.
Because I had been on the record saying I would be okay if they drafted anybody except him. And they drafted him. So definitely a big disappointment. And then I felt like
your takeaway, your main takeaway.
Quarterbacks are king right now, right? 6-12, and offense rules the NFL.
Yep.
So they want to see points on the board. They want to do all these things, and these owners are acquiescing to the request of we want more points, we need exciting football, and that's why you only saw 9 defensive players go. Yes, it was a wide receiver heavy class coming in, right? We knew that this draft had more offensive talent than defensive talent probably overall. But I did expect it to be maybe a little bit more balanced.
Right.
Even if we would have seen, even if the number was, 12 or 13, I don't think that would have surprised me, and I wouldn't have been totally blown away. The fact that you only have 9 out of 32, that definitely says a lot.
Yeah, very much so. Like and some of the guys that are still out there on the defensive side of the ball, right? Like you've got some guys that can be day 1 starters out there, and I think we're going to see that kind of step up and play out there. But be very interesting here to see what unfolds here with day 2. So call your shot. Who do you think the Bills are taking at 33?
80.
That would
80 Mitchell.
Make sense unless they find someone who's trading back again.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm right there with you. I think it's 80 as well. Any other kind of takeaways? Any teams that you thought did incredibly well in this draft?
I think the Vikings did well for themselves, right?
I think the Vikings
got their
did
guy.
what they needed to do.
The Lions played into, adding positions where they needed them and playing to the hometown crowd. But those are probably the top 2. Yes, they're the ones who had multiple picks, but sometimes you have to manufacture success that way, right? And I didn't think the Vikings gave up a whole heck of a lot overall to move up and get their guys. So it worked out well for them. And I think the Jets, I think the Jets did a good job here. Like get your house right, keep Rodgers upright and happy. And yeah, I know a lot of people wanted it to be a wide receiver, but Tackle's a good thing too, because their offensive line was decimated with injuries, and it was a problem for them all year long. And Aaron Rodgers is only successful when he's on his feet.
Yeah, that's very true. Any other thoughts that you want to kind of potentially call your shot a little bit on some of these other ones, or something that you think some of these teams may need to try and focus on here going into day 2?
No, I'm still so my biggest surprise. You're right, Kevin. I think it was Michael Penix getting drafted. They signed Kirk Cousins to a 4-year deal. Like that. That's just crazy. The Bo Nix selection, not my favorite. Like I think I'm more disappointed in the Bo Nix one than I was the Pat Surtain one. The Pat Surtain one worked out, but I didn't think that was where the Broncos needed to go that draft. And it's worked. It's worked out, but Broncos still haven't made the playoffs, so like whatever. And that's 14 straight offensive player picks. Like that's bonkers. That's bonkers, especially when you consider some of these teams and the help that they did need defensively. But I think what we're seeing is that, if you're a bottom half of the league team, it's probably because you can't score points. So you should probably figure that out. And I think that's what these teams are evaluating now. Is our deficiencies are because we can't score. It's not because we're giving up too much. It's because we can't score as many as we're giving up.
Right.
Yeah. Scoring, 13, 14, 15 points a game doesn't count. You got to get up into that.
Going to cut it anymore.
22 to 24 range to be a pretty competent offense in today's NFL.
Yeah.
Yeah, very true. All righty. Well, guys, any kind of final thoughts out there before we call it a night?
Enjoy the rest of it, right?
Yeah.
So see how it shakes out. Obviously, most people don't tune in nearly as much to the remaining 6 rounds, but that's why we have apps on our phone and updates on our apps and everything else to kind of check in and see, who the last 5 picks were, and then you go do whatever. So I'm sure we'll have plenty to talk about on Tuesday, right? As we kind of touch base on this and see how the rest of the draft shakes out, see how team grades might go, something like that. But enjoy, have a safe weekend. It was good seeing you guys here on a Thursday night.
Thursday.
We'll catch y'all on Tuesday.
Sounds
Absolutely.
Good.
We'll be back on Tuesday talking some landing spots, all that kind of good stuff, fantasy reactions, all of that, bringing the draft home. But that's going to do it for us tonight on the NFL first round live draft special with the reactions, all of that. We're going to call it a night. You can find us on all the socials, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok at Good Old Boys FF. Head over to youtube.com/@GoodOldBoysFF and click that subscribe button. He's Kevin. He's Alex. I'm Derek. Have a good one. Be safe. Toodaloo.